I've shared this tale before, but here it is again. My memory might add a bit of color, but this is how I recall it from around 12 years ago. Back then, I was trekking through the Andes Mountains. We were a group of about 25, if my memory serves me right. Our routine was straightforward. Hike all day, set up camp at sunset, and repeat the process daily, slowly ascending higher into the mountains. The campsites were pre-designated spots. As we climbed to the upper altitudes, some of these sites were fenced off and guarded by local rangers. On the fourth night, I developed an upset stomach. Around midnight, I couldn't hold it any longer and had to heed nature's call. I asked my friend to accompany me, and we made our way to a nearby guard post. The ranger stationed there was fast asleep, bundled tightly in a thick coat. We didn't want to disturb him, so we decided to quietly open the gate. The gate was secured with just a chain, not locked, so we unwrapped it and stepped out. The sight that greeted us was breathtaking. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a glittering river. I found a spot near a glacier that had carved its way down the slopes, leaving a bare trail where trees once stood. The crisp air, the crystal clear water, and that starlit sky, it felt like a scene from another world. After taking in the beauty of the moment and handling my urgent matter, we started back toward our tents, still captivated by the vastness above. Just as we neared the tents, a sharp whistle cut through the silence. The night guard was awake. We remembered the strict instructions. No one was to leave their tents after dark for any reason. Fear gripped us, and we decided not to risk an explanation. Instead, we slipped back into our tent and lay down, trying to stay as quiet as possible. Moments later, we heard footsteps circling our tent. Frozen with fear, we stayed silent, hearts racing, and eventually drifted into an uneasy sleep. Morning arrived with chaos. A senior ranger had come to the site and was shouting at everyone, his voice echoing through the camp. The night guard had gotten into trouble because someone had left the gate open. A bear had wandered into the campsite during the night. Luckily, it caused no damage. When we heard this, my friend and I exchanged nervous glances. Tracks around our tent and throughout the camp sent shivers down our spines. We stayed silent, too terrified to admit what we had done. To this day, only the two of us know how narrowly we escaped a potentially disastrous encounter. That experience taught me to respect the wilderness deeply. While it wasn't a direct confrontation, knowing that the footsteps we heard were those of a bear, and not the guard, still gives me chills. I live near the Cedarvale Nature Preserve. There are trails not far from my house that lead into those hills. It was a misty evening, and after receiving some tough news over a call, I decided to clear my mind with a hike under the night sky. I set out at about 7:45 p.m., with melancholy tunes playing in my earbuds and a small backpack carrying water and a few essentials. I didn't plan to be out too long, but was sure I'd be walking for a while. First, the hike was peaceful. The mist gave the environment a ghostly yet serene quality. It felt unique, almost magical. All I could hear was the soft drip of moisture sliding off leaves along the trail. There wasn't a single soul in sight. It felt like the whole world was mine. I didn't use my flashlight. The mist reflected the beam, cutting my view down to only a few feet and ruining my night vision. It was better to let my eyes adjust to the dim light from the distant glow of the town below. After about an hour, things took a strange turn. I had gone roughly 2 miles into the trail when I first noticed an odd smell. It was faint but artificial, almost like a whiff of perfume. Came and went in an instant, leaving me puzzled. Not long after, I smelled smoke, like from a campfire. That was strange since there weren't any campsites nearby. I brushed it off and kept moving. A while later, another scent hit me, a nostalgic one. It reminded me of summers spent playing outside as a kid. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it left me feeling unsettled. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a flicker of light. It was faint, like a flashlight beam cutting through the mist, coming from higher up the ridge, 50 or 100 feet above me. It resembled the glow of an airplane light passing through clouds, dimming and brightening as it moved. To my knowledge, there weren't any trails up there. Curious and uneasy, I stopped and took out my earbuds. Silence. The light moved methodically, turning on and off as if someone were scanning the area. I stayed still, watching it pass, and convinced myself it was another hiker struggling with the same poor visibility. A few minutes later, I heard whistling. It was faint, like someone calling a pet from far away. Turning toward the sound, I could just barely make out the glow of the light across the canyon, about a quarter mile away. I watched it for a moment before continuing my trek. After another hour of hiking, I paused for water. The ground had turned sandy and crunchier underfoot, and the higher elevation, around 3,000 feet, meant the town lights were now barely visible. My footsteps echoed in the silence, making me hyper-aware of how alone I was. At a bend in the trail, I reached a scenic overlook. It was a small clearing that jutted out over the valley, offering a view, though the fog obscured most of it. I stepped off the path to rest, checking my phone to see if any delayed texts had come through. Nearby, someone had built a small stone pile with a stick balanced on top, like a little sculpture. I stayed there for a couple of minutes, deciding whether to keep going or turn back. As I looked down at my phone, I suddenly heard quick footsteps. 5 of them, coming from the trail. They sounded human, like someone running directly toward me, then stopping abruptly. Heart racing, I spun around, but nothing was there. Silence. I fumbled for my flashlight and knife, shining the beam into the fog. The mist reflected the light back at me, revealing nothing but emptiness. It wasn't the sound of an animal. It was deliberate, like a person sprinting and then freezing in place. Terror surged through me. I was alone, miles into the wilderness, and something or someone was out there. I stood frozen, flashlight trembling in my grip, scanning the fog. After what felt like an eternity, I decided to head back. The footsteps had come from the direction of the trail, the only way back to safety. I walked cautiously, my light sweeping ahead. Every few minutes, I'd stop and listen, convinced I heard faint steps echoing mine. Whatever it was seemed to match my pace, staying just out of sight. At one point, I heard a loud rustling in the bushes on the steep canyon side to my right. I jumped and moved to the opposite edge of the trail, heart pounding, but didn't stop to investigate. The descent was the most focused I'd ever been. Every shadow, every sound made my nerves flare. I didn't stop until I reached my car, collapsing inside and locking the doors immediately. I haven't gone back to that trail at night. Once, I did hike it during the day, with bright sunshine and a larger knife strapped to my side. But I'll never forget that night in the misty hills. A haunting memory etched into my mind forever. My spouse, child, and I live far out in the countryside on a piece of land about 100 acres in size. Around 95 of those acres are dense woods, with trails for hiking and riding ATVs that we and some previous landowners created just by exploring over the years. We used the property for activities like hiking, hunting, and camping. Often we'll pick a spot, clear it out a bit, and camp overnight. The land is so vast that we've never camped in the same spot twice. Along the way, we've come across evidence of wildlife, old and fresh kill sites, animal tracks, and places where deer had bedded down, among other things. I also enjoy hiking on my own when our child is at school and my spouse is working. Whether I'm alone or with my family, we always carry a firearm for safety. A few weeks ago, we packed up our camping gear and decided to explore a new area. We marked our progress by spray painting trees along the trails we created. After about an hour of hiking, the atmosphere shifted. It's hard to say who noticed first, but my spouse, who was leading, stopped and turned back with a concerned expression. The usual sounds of the forest, birds chirping, insects buzzing, had disappeared. Everything was eerily silent, which is never a good sign in the wilderness. We continued walking, paying closer attention to our surroundings while our child kept chattering away, oblivious. Eventually, we reached a stream that marks the halfway point on our property. We stopped for a break, and my spouse and I exchanged uneasy glances. Something didn't feel right. I finally broke the silence, saying I didn't feel well and thought we should head back. My spouse agreed, though our child protested. Reluctantly, we turned around and started walking home. A few minutes into our return, still surrounded by an unnatural quiet, I glanced to my right and froze. About 150 feet off the trail, a person crouched low to the ground in a camouflaged ghillie suit. They didn't move but clearly knew I had seen them. I cleared my throat to get my spouse's attention. When they looked back, I rested my hand on the firearm at my hip, signaling them to be ready. My spouse adjusted their rifle and we quickened our pace, urging our child to move faster without alarming them. Once home, I told my spouse what I had seen. We decided to call the authorities to report the trespasser. They took our report and advised us to call again if we spotted anyone else. A few days later, my spouse and I returned to the woods alone to set up multiple trail cameras. We avoided the deeper parts of the property for about a week, but when we eventually went back to check the footage, we found 2 images of the person in the ghillie suit. We handed the pictures over to the police to add to the report. Since then, we've been reluctant to venture far into the woods, except to check the cameras, which haven't picked up anything unusual since. Thinking back, what unsettles me most are the times we camped out and heard footsteps near our tent at night. We always assumed it was just wildlife, but now I'm not so sure. I was hiking with my dog about 10 miles from the nearest road and trailhead. It was a remote spot, though the area was somewhat popular, so there was a chance other hikers might be around. However, we hadn't seen anyone all day. At around 1:30 a.m., my dog started growling, a low, deep growl that woke me up. I turned on my flashlight to see his teeth bared as he stood over me. Outside, I heard heavy footsteps. My first thought was that it might be a black bear or maybe even a large deer near the tent. I grabbed my dog to keep him from tearing through the tent. The footsteps moved away but then began circling us. I had hung all my food and scented items in a bear bag on a tree far from the tent, so there was no reason for a bear to be interested in us. I clapped my hands to scare whatever it was, but the slow circling continued. This didn't feel like something a deer would do. A bear might circle if it was looking for food, but I had nothing in the tent, and I had a large dog with me. I decided to step outside, leash in one hand and a can of pepper spray in the other. I shouted loudly, "Hey bear!" The footsteps stopped. My dog sniffed the air and turned towards something to my right, but I couldn't see anything in the beam of my flashlight. There was no sound of anything running away, just silence. After a few minutes, I went back inside the tent, but the footsteps started again, circling about 40 feet away. This went on for nearly an hour before I finally heard the sound of someone, or something, walking off into the woods. At dawn, I took my dog and pepper spray to investigate. We found a faint path of disturbed leaves but no clear tracks at first. My dog's nose led me in a loop around our campsite. Finally, I found what looked like human footprints, not shoe prints, just bare human feet, and nearby a pile of human waste with toilet paper. Some weirdo had been wandering around my tent in the middle of the night, circling us for over an hour before leaving a disgusting surprise for me to find. I've been hiking for years, and this is the only truly bizarre experience I've ever had. Most hikers are friendly and respectful, but in recent years, I've noticed more litter and bad habits like people not burying waste or leaving dog poop bags on the trail. The area I was in was very remote. It didn't make sense for anyone dangerous to hike that far just to cause trouble. Serious hikers don't usually carry toilet paper either, so I didn't think it was malicious. The strangest thing I've heard of was a mentally disturbed individual who attacked hikers on the Appalachian Trail several years ago. But that was an isolated case, and I've never had any dangerous encounters with people while hiking. I also don't carry a gun, too much extra weight for multi-day hikes. In the Northeast, the largest predators are black bears, coyotes, and bobcats, all of which generally avoid humans. If I were hiking in areas with grizzlies, mountain lions, or wolves, I might carry a gun. Moose are another matter. They're massive and fearless, especially during mating season. You'd need a powerful firearm to stop one, and that's just not practical to carry. I've crossed paths with moose 3 times, and you usually hear them crashing through the brush long before you see them. Fortunately, I've never had a close encounter with one. As for this incident, as much as I'd love to blame it on a cryptid like Bigfoot or a skinwalker, I think it was just a confused hiker. My guess is they wandered off to relieve themselves, got lost, and accidentally ended up near my tent. I was camping in a designated backcountry area, where you're required to set up at least 200 feet off the trail. It's possible someone was hiking the loop trail in the opposite direction, stopped for the night, and wandered off to use the bathroom. They probably heard my dog and me yelling and didn't want to respond, either out of embarrassment or fear. The circle they walked around my tent was several hundred feet, and the thick trees likely blocked their view of my campsite for most of it. I couldn't fall back asleep, but by sunrise, I felt more at ease. When I found the pile of waste, I was mostly relieved. It confirmed it was a human and not some predator stalking us. I didn't think anyone would be out there, given how remote the area was. To reach my campsite, you'd need to cross 2 mountain peaks from one direction or 6 from the other. This was part of a 35-mile loop we planned to complete over 3 nights and 4 days. After realizing it was a person, my first thought was that they might be lost. I texted a friend who works with search and rescue to check if there were any missing hikers reported. Since no one was missing, my dog and I packed up camp and continued our hike. A group of friends and I decided to go camping at a secluded pond near the woods. The hike was around 3 to 4 hours, and the closest house was a similar distance away. We brought some homemade cider and spent the evening drinking it, along with munching on some poorly roasted sausages. Everything felt perfect. We all squeezed into a single tent, which made it pretty cramped. Despite that, we fell asleep around 2 a.m. At about 4 a.m., I woke up to the unsettling sensation of someone stroking my forearm. At first, I thought one of my friends might have brushed against me accidentally. It wasn't impossible in such a crowded tent. But then I realized it was the arm facing the tent wall. Someone had touched me from outside. I bolted upright, my heart pounding, and immediately checked the tent. All my friends were sound asleep, their breathing slow and even. Summoning my deepest, most intimidating voice, I called out, "Whoever you are, leave us alone." To my shock, a calm but chillingly lifeless voice responded, "Pack your things and go." The tone wasn't threatening or loud, but there was something unnervingly dead about it. By now, all my friends were awake, their eyes wide with terror. None of us spoke, just exchanged panicked glances. Finally, I replied, "Okay, we're leaving. Just go away." "Be quick," the voice said, still eerily calm. When we stepped out of the tent, we saw him. A massive man, taller and broader than anyone I'd ever seen. He had taken a small wooden boat that had been lying by the shore, rowed it to the middle of the pond, and was just sitting there. He didn't speak or move, only watched us silently as we scrambled to pack up our things and leave as quickly as possible. Our path back to safety circled the pond, so for the entire walk, he stayed in the boat, his eyes following us the whole way. We never returned to that spot. This happened 15 years ago in a remote part of a northern European country. We weren't trespassing. Laws here allow public access to most natural areas. We had grown up in a nearby village where everyone knew each other. There had never been reports of missing people or violent crimes in generations. When we told our parents what happened, they tried to reassure us, saying we'd probably misunderstood the situation. But none of us could forget how that man had stroked my arm, or the eerie calmness in his voice. Years later, during a reunion, we brought up the incident and decided to dig deeper. There were no houses or cabins near that pond. It was too small for fishing, and there were no trails leading to it. The man and his tiny boat remain a complete mystery to this day. None of us have ever seen him again. To grasp the importance of this tale, you need to know a bit about me, so here's some background. I came into the world in 1955, meaning I spent my formative years in the cultural waves of the 1960s and early 1970s in a tiny rural town in northern Indiana. When I say tiny, I mean there was a single stoplight at the intersection of Main Street and First Avenue. The heart of the town had about 30 businesses, including a pharmacy with a soda fountain, a hardware store, a small grocery shop, a five-and-dime store, a gas station, and a barber shop. There were churches for the Baptist, Methodist, Lutheran, and Catholic communities, and nearly everyone attended one on Sundays. We also had a library, a small post office, and a jail that you could practically stroll through unnoticed. Most days, if someone was locked up, we'd peek in and sometimes run errands for them, fetching cigarettes or snacks, never really questioning why they were there. I was a curious, free-spirited, and adventurous kid with an innocent outlook on life. As I grew, so did the world's chaos. The assassination of JFK, the civil rights struggles, protests over Vietnam, and the rise of the hippie movement. I joined the latter wholeheartedly, becoming one of the early hippies. Hitchhiking was common then, and I traveled extensively across the US and Canada for more than 3 years, often without any money, spare clothes, or much thought to safety. Many people warned me about the risks, but being young, naive, and feeling invincible, I ignored them. One summer stands out vividly. It was June 1970, and I was 15. I spent the night at my friend Lena's house in a nearby town. I convinced her to join me on a trip to San Francisco. She had a brother out there she hadn't seen in a while, which made it easier to persuade her. We sneaked across a field to the highway and stuck out our thumbs to hitch a ride. Back then, it didn't take long for someone to stop. We caught several rides. A band's tour bus even offered to take us to Chicago, but it was too far out of the way, so we declined. I can't remember the band's name. Another time, we hopped into a Cadillac with 4 men and ended up at a lively party in a predominantly black neighborhood in Columbus, Ohio. We were the only white people there, but felt completely welcome. A kind woman gave me a shirt, which I now realize was likely to cover me up. Bless her heart. One ride was uneventful until we picked up another hitchhiker. He kept warning the driver about the trouble he could get into for taking 2 underage girls across state lines. His constant nagging annoyed me to the point I told him to zip it. Looking back, we should have left that car then, but we didn't. The driver stopped for gas in Iowa, and Lena and I went to freshen up. When we returned, police officers were waiting. We ended up in a small-town Iowa jail. Our parents were contacted, though I don't recall much of that part, and the officers treated us more like guests than prisoners. They played cards with us and brought snacks like candy and donuts. Before long, Lena's mom arrived to get us. After a long talk with her daughter, she decided to drive us the rest of the way to California, over 1,800 miles. I still can't believe she agreed to that. We sang along to the radio, especially to the Mamas and the Papas' California Dreamin', all the way to Nevada. We stayed at a hotel in Reno, which turned out to be dull and not what I'd imagined. I tried convincing Lena to ditch her mom and keep adventuring, but thankfully, she refused. Looking back, I'm grateful for her sense of responsibility. We finally made it to San Francisco, landing near Haight-Ashbury and Berkeley, where the hippie scene was buzzing. However, the reality overwhelmed me. I thought I was worldly for a small-town girl, but this was beyond anything I'd experienced. At places like Needle Park, I saw drug addiction up close, which terrified me. The things I witnessed there, some too disturbing to mention, shocked me to my core. I wanted to go home and have never returned to California since. Not long after we got back, I was sitting with my mom watching TV. It was July, and news broke about the Manson family and the gruesome murders they committed. That's when it hit me. I could have easily been picked up by them. If I'd gone off on my own that night instead of staying with Lena and her mom, I might have been hitchhiking alone, just hours from their base. What if the police hadn't stopped us in Iowa? We could have crossed paths with the Manson family, who were known to recruit in Haight-Ashbury. To this day, I'm deeply grateful that fate kept me from falling into that nightmare. At the time, I was the perfect target, young, naive, and impressionable. It's a chilling thought, and I've never forgotten how close I came. My name's Lucas, and this took place in 2001. I was on my way to visit some old friends and relatives back in my home city. I had relocated the year before due to a new job, so I tried to return and catch up with everyone whenever I could. The trip usually took around 6 hours, and I'd drive there after work, arriving at my dad's house late at night. Everything was going fine for the first couple of hours until, suddenly, smoke started billowing from the hood of my car. I quickly steered to the side of the road. I didn't know much about cars and didn't have a mobile phone with me. With no other choice, I decided to walk along the highway, hoping to find a service station or a call box for help. The sun was setting as I began walking, the glare hitting my eyes directly. It was around 6:30 p.m., and I knew darkness would soon set in. I felt uneasy about being stuck in such an isolated area after nightfall. Out of nowhere, I heard the rumble of a car behind me. It wasn't a busy road, so the sound caught my attention. I turned and stuck out my thumb, signaling for a lift. To my relief, the car slowed and pulled over. The driver, a man who looked to be in his mid-20s, offered me a ride. I gladly accepted, climbed into the passenger seat, and thanked him. First, everything seemed fine. We chatted, and it turned out we were close in age. But as the ride went on, I started noticing subtle changes in his behavior. It's hard to describe, but the atmosphere shifted. It felt tense, as if he was irritated with me for no apparent reason. I hadn't done anything to upset him, but it felt like a switch had flipped. I tried to lighten the mood with conversation, but he barely responded. Minutes passed in silence, and the unease in my chest grew. When we passed a gas station, I asked if we could stop. He ignored me completely, dismissing my request without explanation. That's when I knew something wasn't right. He glanced at me with a strange smile, and I forced a weak one back, trying to keep things calm. But deep down, I was sure his intentions weren't good. The farther we drove, the farther we got from my car and the station. Then, without warning, he turned onto a deserted country road. I asked where we were going, hoping for some logical answer, but he remained silent, his eyes locked on the road ahead. Eventually, he pulled the car to a stop. His face hardened, and he ordered me to get out, his voice carrying a menacing tone. I froze for a second before he broke into a chilling laugh. That laugh was the most unsettling part of the whole experience. Just as suddenly as he'd started laughing, he stopped and snarled, "Get out now. This is your last chance." I didn't argue. The guy was clearly unhinged. I stepped out and stood on the side of the road as he sped away, leaving me alone in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by open fields. Adrenaline surged through me. With the sun almost gone, I needed to find my way back to the main road quickly. I estimated we'd driven a few miles down the dirt path, so it would take at least an hour to walk back to the highway. When I finally reached the main road, the darkness had fully set in. Thankfully, the highway had streetlights, and I kept walking, determined to find help. After another hour, a car approached from behind. I hesitated but decided to flag it down. The driver, an older man, offered me a ride and dropped me off at a gas station where I could finally call for assistance. I didn't share this experience with anyone until a year later. That man was dangerous. I have no doubt he would have harmed me if I hadn't gotten out when I did. It felt like some twisted game to him, picking me up only to abandon me in such an isolated place. I imagine he laughed himself to sleep that night. Looking back, I wish I'd reported him to the authorities. He seemed like someone who might hurt someone else down the line. When I was 21 years old, I decided to hitchhike across the country. It was an adventure that led me through various terrains and gave me experiences that forever shaped how I view the world. I've got a few unnerving stories from that time, but looking back, this one stands out as the most frightening. I was a couple of years out of high school and had recently left my job working at a construction site in the middle of a hot summer. One day, during a stretch of my journey, I found myself standing on the side of a desolate road, my thumb pointed skyward in hopes of catching a ride. It was a smaller highway somewhere just north of Arlington, Texas. The sun bore down relentlessly as I waited, sweat pooling at the back of my neck. After nearly an hour, doubt began creeping in. I rarely waited this long for a ride. Just then, a battered, rusty sedan sputtered to a stop in front of me. I hesitated for a moment before approaching it cautiously, glancing at the two men seated in the front. They were rough-looking men in their late 40s, faces worn and etched with the kind of lines that spoke of hard, unforgiving lives. Despite my hesitation, I climbed into the back seat, thankful for a way to move forward on my journey. I'd met all sorts of people while hitchhiking, and sometimes appearances could be misleading. People who looked the toughest could turn out to be kind-hearted. As the car moved on, I tried to spark a conversation, but it was like talking to a couple of statues. The men barely acknowledged me. The silence was uncomfortable, but at least I wasn't baking under the sun anymore. I sat quietly, staring out the window as the car's interior filled with the smell of stale cigarettes and the faint mustiness of worn upholstery. Eventually, the men started talking to each other. At first, their conversation was casual, just small talk about the weather and road conditions. But before long, their tone shifted. They began discussing a robbery they had carried out. My stomach dropped. At first, I couldn't tell if they were joking, but their serious expressions left me tense and on edge. Why would they bring up something like that in front of a stranger unless they had some kind of plan for me? I felt a cold knot of fear settle in my chest. I didn't want to seem suspicious, so I tried my best to stay calm and act like their conversation didn't faze me. As the drive continued, their talk grew darker. They chatted about drugs and crime as though they were discussing mundane errands. They didn't even seem to notice I was there anymore. I felt trapped, afraid that they might try to involve me in their schemes, maybe even force me into something I couldn't refuse. Eventually, a small gas station appeared in the distance. Hope flared in me as I saw an opportunity to escape. I mustered the courage to speak up, telling them I needed to use the restroom. One of the men nodded, saying he needed to stop anyway. We pulled into the station, and all three of us got out. Nearby, there was a patch of trees. As we neared it, I suddenly bolted, running as fast as I could. I didn't look back until I was deep in the woods, but when I did, I saw them chasing me, shouting angrily. I caught words like rat and snitch and realized just how much danger I was in. I ran until my lungs burned, weaving through the trees, desperate to put as much distance as I could between me and them. Finally, their voices faded. I stayed hidden among the trees for what felt like an eternity, probably 20 or 30 minutes before peeking out. Their car was gone. I took a moment to steady my nerves and then made my way cautiously back to the gas station. An hour later, I managed to hitch a ride with a truck driver. He was friendly and dropped me off at a small roadside motel a few hours later. Despite the scare, I didn't stop hitchhiking. The journey continued, though I was a lot more cautious after that. Sadly, that wasn't the only time I had a frightening experience on the road. But those are stories for another time. A few months ago, I went out with some buddies one evening. We decided to explore a few pubs on the far side of the city from where I live. I was the one chosen to stay sober and drive for the night. Around 1:30 a.m., we decided to call it quits. We all piled into my car, and I dropped everyone off one by one. The last person to be dropped off was Liam. He lived farther away than the others, so after I left him at his place, I decided to take the highway home. The road was a quiet, narrow, two-lane stretch with a single lane going in each direction. Streetlights were sparse, leaving much of the road in darkness. As I drove along, I noticed a figure standing near the shoulder of the road. It was a young man around my age with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Without giving it much thought, I pulled over and offered him a ride. I assumed he was trying to get home after a night out. Maybe he didn't have a friend like me to stay sober and help. Cabs in that area would have cost a fortune. I stopped the car, and he squinted against the glare of my headlights as he approached. He climbed into the passenger seat, and after exchanging quick introductions, he told me where he needed to go. Not much conversation happened after that. I tried making small talk, but his answers were brief, and he kept staring straight ahead. The silence was heavy and awkward. After a few minutes, I saw him reaching into his bag from the corner of my eye. In seconds, he pulled out a gun and aimed it at me. I panicked and swerved, almost running the car off the road. Once I regained control, I glanced at him and noticed tears running down his cheeks. I was stunned. Part of me wanted to try reasoning with him, but I couldn't bring myself to say anything. He screamed at me to pull over and get out, which I did without hesitation. Standing on the roadside, I watched helplessly as he sped away in my car. I was stranded in the middle of nowhere. No other vehicles were around, and when I checked my phone, there was no signal. I had no choice but to start walking. As I trudged along, I couldn't help but see the irony. I had picked up a hitchhiker, only to be left walking on the roadside myself. About 30 minutes passed before I spotted headlights in the distance. I waved my arms desperately to flag the car down, praying they'd stop. It was the first vehicle I'd seen, and I wasn't sure if another would come anytime soon. Fortunately, the driver pulled over. I explained what had happened, and he immediately offered to call the police, but his phone didn't have service either. He promised to alert the authorities as soon as he could, but didn't let me into his car. Probably smarter than I had been. He drove off, and I stood there waiting. About half an hour later, the police arrived. I gave them every detail I could remember about the man who took my car. They drove me home, and as soon as I got there, I collapsed onto my bed. The next day, I got a call from the police. They had caught the guy and recovered my car. While I was relieved, there was a disturbing twist. They found bloodstains inside my car that didn't belong to the thief, and I knew they hadn't been there before. Whoever the blood belonged to, they weren't found. I couldn't stop wondering what had happened in my car. For weeks, my car was kept as evidence while the investigation continued. In the meantime, I had to use a rental. Eventually, the car was returned to me, but the mystery lingered. The hitchhiker was charged with stealing the car, but the source of the blood remained unknown. To this day, I get chills driving that car, not knowing what happened inside it that night. Sometimes, my mind spirals with possibilities, and I don't think I'll ever find peace about it. I was partway along the path, feeling the weight of my pack press into my shoulders. Despite the discomfort, the view and the crisp fall air made it worth the effort. The forest was stunning that afternoon, with golden and rust-colored leaves carpeting the ground and the faint smell of wet soil lingering in the breeze. Not a soul was in sight, just the crunch of my boots against the scattered leaves. Around 40 minutes in, I realized how unnaturally quiet it had become. There were no chirping birds, no squirrels rustling through the underbrush, and not even a whisper of wind to stir the tree branches. It was as if the entire forest had fallen silent, like someone had turned off the sound. That sort of stillness doesn't happen naturally, not for long anyway. I brushed off the unease, telling myself I was just exhausted and imagining things. But as I walked further, an unsettling sensation crept in, a feeling that I wasn't by myself. Every so often, I'd glance over my shoulder, but all I saw were tree trunks and shifting shadows. The sun was dipping lower, casting stretched out, eerie shadows across the trail. I thought about heading back, but the ridge summit wasn't far now. I could catch glimpses of the open sky through the thinning canopy, marking where the path ended. Determined, I quickened my steps, eager to be done with this strange stretch of the woods. Then, from the corner of my vision, I caught something, just a flicker of movement among the trees. I stopped in my tracks, squinting into the distance, but whatever it was had vanished. I told myself it was likely a deer or some animal watching me, just as nervous as I felt. Still, it didn't sit right. Its motion had been too quick, too purposeful. I shook it off and pressed on, but the unease stuck with me. A few minutes later, I heard it, a faint crunch of leaves behind me. I froze, listening. When I stopped, the sound stopped too. I took a few tentative steps, moving slower this time, my ears straining. Then I heard it again, closer. My heart pounded in my chest as I picked up the pace. Not quite running, but certainly not walking casually either. It felt like something or someone was shadowing me, matching my steps while staying just out of sight. I tried to stay calm, reasoning that this was a public hiking trail. Maybe it was another hiker, someone I'd simply missed earlier. But deep down, I didn't believe it. And then I saw something else. Footprints. They weren't mine. These were fresh, large, and unmistakably human. They veered off the trail, leading into the dense woods. I glanced up at the dimming sky. The last slivers of daylight were fading quickly. I knew I needed to hurry, but the idea of whoever had made those tracks being nearby sent shivers down my spine. I forced myself to keep moving, resisting the urge to sprint, afraid that running might provoke whatever or whoever was out there to give chase. Finally, the outline of the trailhead came into view. Relief washed over me as I emerged from the forest and stepped into the open lot where my car was parked. I jogged the last stretch, fumbling with my keys before unlocking the car and sliding inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I sat there gripping the steering wheel, my heart still racing. Just as I was about to pull away, I glanced back at the trailhead, half expecting someone or something to emerge. But there was nothing there, only the dark, silent woods. I drove home, the adrenaline slowly wearing off, leaving my muscles sore and tense. Even after returning, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That lingering unease clung to me, as persistent as the scent of damp earth from the trail. For days after, I scoured the news for anything odd about that area but found nothing. I still go hiking, but now I make sure never to venture onto the trails alone again. I've been hiking alone for years, and it's one of the few things that truly makes me feel alive. Just me, my gear, and the untamed trail ahead. When I heard about a secluded path in a remote mountain range far from any major road, I knew it was the escape I needed. It was described as a simple loop, roughly 13 miles. My plan was to finish it in a single day, so I set out early with only the essentials: water, a map, and a few extra layers. The first stretch was serene, the forest around me buzzing with life in the cool morning air. About 3 hours in, the trail began to narrow, barely visible beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. I wasn't concerned. My map indicated the path would clear up soon, so I pressed on. The sky above grew heavier with clouds, but the forecast promised no rain until evening, long after I planned to finish. Then I noticed it, the quiet. No rustling leaves, no chirping birds, not even a whisper of wind. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. A chill crept down my spine, but I kept moving forward. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my foot. Looking down, I saw my ankle lodged in a hidden hole under the leaves. Pain radiated as I pulled it free, and it was already swelling. I sat down, trying to assess the damage. After a few moments, reality sank in. No one knew exactly where I was, and I hadn't seen another hiker all day. According to my map, I was about 7 miles in, too far to turn back. My only option was to push ahead and hope to complete the loop. Each step was agonizing as I hobbled forward, sweat dripping despite the cool air. My surroundings stayed eerily quiet. Hours passed, and then it began to rain. Not the light drizzle I'd expected later, but a torrential downpour that soaked me to the skin. The trail turned to mud, and every step became a battle to stay upright. My ankle throbbed, and the cold began to seep into my bones. At some point, I realized I had wandered off the trail entirely. The trees around me looked unfamiliar, and there were no markers in sight. Panic surged as I fumbled for my phone, only to find there was no signal. The afternoon light dimmed under thick clouds, making the forest feel darker than it was. Desperation drove me onward, limping through the woods, hoping for some sign of the path. Then, through the sheets of rain, I spotted a small clearing. In the middle stood a dilapidated wooden shelter, little more than a few walls and a roof. I stumbled toward it, grateful for any respite. Inside, I sank to the ground, out of the relentless rain at last. I stayed there for a while, calming my racing heart and waiting for the pain in my ankle to subside. As the rain eased, I spotted a faint trail leading away from the shelter. It wasn't the one I had come from, but it was a path. With no other choice, I followed it, each step excruciatingly slow. Hours later, the forest began to thin, and I finally glimpsed the parking lot in the distance. Relief washed over me as I limped toward my car, utterly spent but safe. That experience taught me to respect the wilderness. Now, I always share my plans with someone, double-check the weather, and avoid solo hikes whenever possible. It began as what was supposed to be a straightforward hike, just a few hours on a trail I'd heard mentioned by someone at the local store. The trailhead was hidden at the end of an old dirt road, the kind that only longtime residents seemed to know about. I checked the weather, packed a bottle of water, a granola bar, and threw a small flashlight in my backpack just to be safe. My phone had barely any reception, but I figured I'd be back well before sunset. The path was overgrown, with bushes and branches crowding close around me, but it had a tranquil charm. The sound of my boots crunching over twigs and dry leaves mingled with the distant murmur of a creek to my right. I felt utterly alone with my thoughts, relishing the stillness, as though I'd ventured far from the rest of the world. About an hour in, the trail grew steeper. I found myself stepping over fallen logs and crouching under branches that hung low like they were trying to block my way. It wasn't long before I realized something was off. The air felt heavier, the kind of quiet that wasn't just peaceful but unnatural. I glanced around and realized I hadn't spotted any markers for some time. Normally, even a remote trail like this would have some kind of signs. An arrow carved into a tree or a strip of faded paint. But there was nothing. I kept walking, convinced I'd spot something soon, but the trail began to twist and split in ways that didn't feel right. Each turn seemed to pull me deeper into the woods. I stopped, trying to calm the rising unease in my chest, and pulled out my phone. No signal. The growing realization that I might actually be lost sent a knot tightening in my stomach. I told myself to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't help. I turned back the way I thought I'd come, but it all looked the same. The trees seemed to close in around me, their trunks forming an unbroken wall of shadows. I tried to retrace my steps, but nothing seemed familiar. The sun was sinking fast, and with it came a chilling sense of dread. I switched on my flashlight as twilight gave way to darkness, hoping the battery would last. The beam cut a narrow path through the black, but the forest beyond felt endless, stretching out in all directions like some vast and alien place. Hours passed. Exhaustion crept in, and my legs grew heavy. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I caught a glimmer of something ahead, a faint flash reflecting in the light. I moved closer, my heart pounding, and saw a strip of reflective tape tied to a branch. Relief surged through me. It was a marker. Following it, I found another, then another. The markers led me back, guiding me out of the maze. When the trail finally opened into the small clearing where my car was parked, the sky above was pitch black, scattered with stars. I stumbled to the vehicle, nearly collapsing into the driver's seat. As I started the engine and drove down the winding road toward town, I kept glancing at the trees in my rearview mirror. The dense darkness seemed to press against the edges of the road, swallowing the path I'd just escaped. It was over, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly avoided something. Not just being lost, but something more, something hidden in the ordinary stillness of that forest. It was meant to be a simple trek. I had been planning it for weeks, eager for some quiet time in the hills. The weather was perfect, my gear was carefully packed, and the path was supposed to be clearly marked. But after a few hours, I realized the trail wasn't as well defined as I'd expected. I kept moving forward, assuming the path would become clearer. Didn't. The farther I went, the more the trees seemed to press in around me, and the sunlight dimmed, even though it was still early afternoon. I pulled out my map, trying to figure out where I'd gone wrong. Nothing matched the surroundings. The trail had narrowed, winding through dense thickets and overgrown bushes, until it was almost impossible to follow. Unease crept in as I realized I hadn't seen a single trail marker for over an hour. My phone had no service, and the battery was draining faster than I'd anticipated. I tried not to panic. Just retrace your steps, I told myself. I turned around, trying to follow my footprints where they were visible. But the forest looked identical in every direction, and soon even the faint traces of my footprints vanished. A sense of dread began to rise, but I forced myself to stay calm. I took a deep breath and decided to keep moving until I saw something familiar. Hours slipped by. The sun started to dip lower, casting long shadows that made everything look even more alien. I called out, hoping someone might hear me, but the only reply was the heavy, stifling silence of the forest. I quickened my pace, stumbling over roots and pushing through branches that scratched at my arms and face. Every noise, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the snap of twigs, seemed amplified in the deepening twilight. Just when I was ready to give up, I noticed it. A weathered marker hidden in the underbrush. It wasn't the type of trail sign I'd been looking for, but it felt like a glimmer of hope. I pushed aside branches to get a closer look and saw that it was an old hunting marker etched into a tree trunk, its edges worn smooth with time. The sight of it sparked a memory. I'd once read that hunters used markers like these to find their way back to main paths. Encouraged, I decided to follow it. My steps became more purposeful, and I tried to keep my breathing steady as the forest grew darker around me. After what felt like an eternity, I heard it, a faint, steady noise in the distance. I froze, holding my breath to listen. The sound grew louder, rhythmic, and consistent. It was the hum of traffic, the faint roar of vehicles on a road. Relief surged through me. I followed the sound, pushing forward even as my legs screamed in protest. Finally, after clambering down a steep incline, the trees thinned, and I emerged at the edge of a highway. The road gleamed faintly in the dim light. I stumbled onto it, gulping in the open air. A car passed, then another. I waved one down, and the driver stopped to help. As I sat in the car, thankful to be out of the woods, I glanced back at the dark line of trees. The driver mentioned how easy it was to lose your way on the unmarked trails nearby. I nodded, still processing the experience. That forest had confused and trapped me, but I had made it out. I was out trekking through the outskirts of a nature reserve I had read about online, a spot known for its scenic views and variety of trails. It wasn't a well-known location, which appealed to me because I figured it would be calm and serene. For the first hour, it was exactly that. Clear skies, crisp air, and nothing but the whisper of the wind in the trees accompanied me. I carried my phone with a navigation app to track my route, since I wasn't entirely familiar with the area. I had been sticking to a marked path, but somewhere along the way, I must have either missed a turn or gotten overconfident. The trail began to grow rough, and the signs marking the way became scarce. I dismissed it, figuring I could always retrace my steps if needed. However, as I ventured deeper, the landscape became harder to recognize, and I started to realize I wasn't entirely sure where I had come from. At some point, I noticed my phone's GPS was acting up. The little marker that showed my position kept jumping around, indicating I was near my starting point, even though I had been hiking for hours. Resetting the app didn't help. The marker continued to glitch, showing locations that didn't make sense. To conserve battery, I switched off my phone, hoping I'd find a better signal later. The sun was sinking behind the hills, casting long shadows over the forest, and I became aware that I was in a tricky situation. I didn't feel entirely lost, but unease was creeping in. I followed what looked like an old wildlife trail, assuming it might guide me back to the main path. The silence was unsettling. No birdsong, no rustling in the underbrush, just an oppressive, eerie stillness. As I tried to calm myself, I caught a faint noise, like footsteps echoing in the distance. Maybe it was an animal or another hiker, but something about the sound felt wrong. It was too consistent, too intentional. I stopped, hoping the sound would fade, but it didn't. It paused, just like I had, as though something or someone was listening, too. My heart thudded as I took a deep breath and began walking faster, scanning the area for any markers that might point me in the right direction. Then I spotted something. A small, tattered scrap of fabric snagged on a low branch. It seemed like it had been there a long time. Perhaps another traveler had left it behind while wandering off course. I picked it up, finding a strange sense of reassurance. It was proof I wasn't the only one who had struggled here. As I moved on, I started noticing faint signs. Broken twigs, faint footprints, some fresher than others. My thoughts kept returning to those strange, deliberate footsteps I'd heard earlier. Who had made those prints? Why were they here? The questions buzzed in my mind as I quickened my pace, eyes scanning the ground for any sign that could lead me out. Finally, I saw it, the trailhead in the distance. Relief surged through me, and I broke into a jog, feeling lighter with every step. But as I neared the start of the path, something caught my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement. A figure standing in the shadows, half obscured by the trees. I couldn't make out much, just the shape of someone still and watching. I didn't linger. Without looking back, I hurried to my car, got inside, and locked the doors. Sitting there, catching my breath, I felt a strange sense of calm. Whatever or whoever had been in the forest didn't follow me out. It was as if I had crossed an invisible barrier separating the mysteries of the woods from the safety of the outside world. I drove home that evening, grateful to return to familiar surroundings. Yet, every now and then, my thoughts wander back to that quiet, shadowy stretch of trail, the faded scrap of cloth, the footprints that led me out, and the figure I glimpsed just before leaving. I haven't returned to that trail since. I leave it to the silence and the shadows. Sometimes it's best to stick to the paths you know. The hike began just as I had envisioned. Just me, the trail, and the steady crunch of my boots on the cool morning path. The air was fresh, and the route was isolated, far removed from any main roads. I was eager for the quiet and the challenge of reaching a hidden lake I'd read about before making my way back before sunset. The first couple of hours were peaceful. The path was easy to follow, and I felt completely at ease, surrounded by the stillness of the forest. The atmosphere seemed almost too calm, but I brushed it off, attributing it to the early hour. About 6 miles in, though, things began to change. At first, it was the trail itself, becoming narrower, with the trees pressing in from both sides, limiting my visibility to just a few feet ahead. Then, there was the silence. Not the natural hush of the wilderness, but an unsettling, absolute stillness. No birds, no rustling leaves, not even the faint sound of insects. It was as if the forest had paused. Uneasy, I kept moving, trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination. That's when the sensation hit. A cold, crawling feeling along the back of my neck, like unseen eyes were fixed on me. Every time I turned to look, there was nothing but shadows and dense undergrowth. Despite seeing nothing, the feeling wouldn't go away. I quickened my pace, focusing intently on the path ahead. A mile further, I stumbled upon a fork in the trail that wasn't marked on my map. One path was clearly the main trail, while the other was overgrown, looking as if it hadn't been traveled in years. Against my better judgment, I chose the rougher path, thinking it might be a shortcut. 20 minutes in, it was obvious that this wasn't a well-used trail. Branches snagged my clothing, and patches of dense brush obscured parts of the path. The eerie feeling had faded a bit, though, so I pressed on, convincing myself that I was on the right track. Then, I heard it, a faint rustling noise behind me. My heart jumped as I glanced back, but there was nothing there, just the forest. I told myself it must be an animal, though something about it felt deliberate. I kept moving, now at a quicker pace, the sound of my breathing growing heavier. A sudden snap, a branch breaking, stopped me in my tracks, came from just a few feet behind me. Slowly, I turned, expecting to see someone or something, but there was nothing there. The shadows seemed darker, and the trees loomed closer. I decided I had to turn back. My sense of direction was failing, and whatever was out there felt too close for comfort. Retracing my steps was harder than I'd imagined. The twisted trail seemed unfamiliar, and every sound made me jump. That rustling noise returned, always just far enough away to stay out of sight. Finally, I stumbled back onto the main trail. Relief washed over me as I leaned against a tree, catching my breath. The silence was back, but whatever had been following me seemed to be gone. I wasted no time, moving as quickly as I could toward the parking lot. When my car came into view, I felt a surge of relief. Practically sprinting the last few yards, I threw my pack into the back seat and locked the doors. Driving away, I couldn't resist glancing into the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something lurking at the edge of the woods. But there was nothing, just the stillness of the trees. Back home, I felt safe, but the experience haunted me. Something had been in those woods, something that didn't want me there. Now, when I hike alone, I stick to well-marked trails and always let someone know where I'm going. Some places, I've learned, are better left unexplored when you're by yourself. One weekend, I decided to go on a solo hike to clear my mind. I chose a trail I'd never explored before, one that was fairly remote but had positive reviews online. The weather was perfect, the sun was shining, the air was cool, and I felt ready for a calm day outdoors. I packed a few essentials, checked the map, and started out. First, the trail was stunning. It wound through thick evergreens and dipped near a small brook. But as I went further, things began to shift. The trees became more tangled, with branches snagging at my clothes as I passed. The ground was littered with fallen leaves and gnarled roots. The path became harder to follow, as if no one had been there for years. Eventually, I noticed I hadn't come across a single trail marker in quite some time. My gut told me I might have veered off the main path, but I convinced myself I could just retrace my steps if needed. Hoping to spot a familiar landmark, I pushed forward. The trail narrowed, resembling more of an animal path than something meant for hikers. As I kept going, a strange unease settled over me. An hour, maybe more, passed without anything looking familiar. The temperature dropped, and clouds began to gather, dimming the light. I tried not to let panic take over, but then I noticed something peculiar. Scattered branches on the ground. They looked deliberately arranged, with some twisted unnaturally and others marked with strange scratches. I dismissed it, thinking animals might have been responsible. Still, I couldn't shake the growing feeling of being watched. Now and then, faint rustling came from the bushes. It was too quiet to be a large animal, but loud enough to make me pause and listen. My heart raced, my palms damp with sweat. It felt as though something unseen was following me, staying just out of sight. When I tried to head back, nothing looked right. Every direction seemed unfamiliar. I was completely disoriented, and no matter which way I went, I couldn't find the original trail. The woods grew darker and denser, closing in around me. My phone had no service, of course, and I deeply regretted not telling anyone exactly where I'd gone. After what felt like hours, I spotted a break in the trees ahead. Relief surged through me, and I hurried toward it, hoping it was a clearing or some landmark I recognized. But as I approached, I realized it was an abandoned campsite. Rusty cans lay scattered around a fire pit filled with old ashes. A partially collapsed tent stood nearby, looking as though it hadn't been touched in years. An eerie feeling swept over me. Something about the sight felt deeply unsettling. I backed away, my instincts screaming at me to leave. That's when I heard the rustling again, louder this time, coming from the direction I had just left. I couldn't see anything through the thick trees, but I was certain I wasn't alone. I took a steadying breath and forced myself to move calmly, away from the campsite. I moved slowly, trying to avoid making noise. The forest was nearly silent now, except for the sound of my own careful steps. I knew I had to find my way out before nightfall, so I focused on walking in a straight line, hoping it would lead me to a road or something familiar. Just when I thought I'd be trapped out there after dark, I stumbled upon a rocky slope. It led steeply downhill, and in the distance, I spotted a road. A wave of relief washed over me, and I carefully made my way down the hill, slipping on loose gravel but not caring. When I finally reached the road, I turned back for one last glance at the forest. In the fading light, I could barely make out the trail I had left behind. It felt like I had escaped something dangerous, something more than just being lost. I returned to my car, feeling as though I had left a piece of myself back in those woods. As I drove away, one thing was clear: I would never hike a new trail alone again. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy as I stepped onto the forest path, my backpack securely strapped on. I'd been anticipating this hike for weeks, a chance to escape the city's constant clamor and immerse myself in the calm of the wilderness. The initial stretch was serene, filled with birds chirping and the gentle crunch of fallen leaves beneath my boots. I felt invigorated and free. After a couple of hours, I came across a split in the trail. The left route seemed well worn, but the right one appeared quieter and less traveled. Something about it drew me in, promising solitude and perhaps a hidden gem away from the usual crowd. As I ventured further down the lesser-used path, the environment began to change. The trees grew closer together, their branches blocking out much of the sunlight. An unsettling feeling crept over me, but I dismissed it. I had a map and plenty of time to explore. About an hour later, the trail became faint, almost disappearing. I struggled to determine where I was headed. When I checked my phone, I realized there was no service. A wave of anxiety hit me, but I calmed myself with a deep breath and decided to press on. I could always turn back if needed. As I continued, strange noises began to fill the air, twigs snapping and bushes rustling. Each time I stopped to look around, I saw nothing. I told myself it must be small animals, but the sounds felt deliberate, too close. A heavy sense of being watched settled over me. I decided to retrace my steps, but the fork in the trail was nowhere to be found. Every tree looked identical, and the path I thought I had taken seemed to have vanished. I was lost. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to focus. Pulling out my map, I tried to make sense of the tangled forest around me. Hours seemed to pass as I wandered aimlessly, my legs growing weary. The sun dipped lower, casting long, eerie shadows that flickered at the edge of my vision. The unsettling noises grew louder, nearer. My heart raced as I quickened my pace, stumbling over roots and rocks. Then, up ahead, I saw an opening in the trees, a clearing. Relief washed over me as I rushed toward it, hoping for a way out. In the center of the clearing stood a small cabin, weathered and surrounded by overgrown grass. Someone must live here, I thought, and approached cautiously. The door was slightly open. I called out, but no one answered. The place felt strange, as though it had been abandoned for years. Despite my unease, I stepped inside. The wooden floor creaked underfoot, and the air smelled damp and stale. Dust floated in the dim light, filtering through cracks in the walls. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the back of the cabin. My heart jumped, but curiosity compelled me to investigate. I found a door leading to a dark room cluttered with old furniture covered in sheets. As I entered, the floor groaned beneath me. In one corner, I noticed a trapdoor, partially open. Peering inside, I was met with impenetrable darkness. Another crash sounded, louder this time, shaking the entire cabin. A surge of fear told me I needed to leave. As I turned to go, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. A chill shot through me. Without looking back, I bolted for the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I ran into the woods, adrenaline driving me forward. Each step felt like a lifeline as I pushed through the dense trees. Finally, the forest began to thin, and I stumbled back onto the main trail. Seeing other hikers in the distance filled me with relief. I didn't stop until I reached my car, heart still racing. Even then, I thought I could hear faint footsteps behind me. I didn't dare look back, just grateful to be safe. I vowed never to stray from the main path again. It was the summer of 2002 in a small town just outside of Providence, Rhode Island, where I grew up. For reference, I'm a 21-year-old woman. That summer, I was between my junior and senior years at college. I decided to stay on campus, taking a few classes to ease the workload for my final year. I rented a cozy little apartment with a couple of friends, and we really enjoyed it. The town was quiet and small, with many college students nearby, and I loved how close we were to the beach during the summer. My schedule was pretty flexible. Although I worked part-time and took classes, I had plenty of free time, which I enjoyed. Fitness and exercise were always important to me, and one of my favorite activities that summer was taking my rollerblades to the local bike path. I would listen to music on my earbuds as I skated down the long, straight path. I'd drive to the nearby park my car, and skate the mile-long path. When it ended, a second park started. I'd rest on a bench near the second park, drink some water, and then turn around to skate back, covering about 2 miles each time. I did this almost every day because it was fun and excellent exercise. This routine continued until something unsettling happened. One morning, I slept in and was running late for my daily workout. I couldn't find my earbuds where I usually left them. After searching for a while without success, I decided to go for my workout without them. At the park, I put on my rollerblades and started my first mile. It was a beautiful July day, and I was enjoying myself, but around halfway through the mile, I had a strong feeling that something was wrong. Even though the temperature was in the 80s, I had goosebumps all over my arms and legs, and the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. I had a deep feeling of dread, which I couldn't shake. I've always trusted my intuition, and it's never let me down before. This feeling was a warning. I kept skating, but I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. My fight-or-flight instincts kicked in, but I couldn't figure out why I felt this way until I saw him. There was a man standing off the side of the path. The first thing I noticed was that he was stepping backward, trying to hide behind a tree, but his face was still visible. He was watching me with a cold, emotionless gaze. He had his hands in his pockets and stood still as I skated closer. My stomach dropped. He wasn't wearing workout clothes. He was dressed in a baggy hoodie, jeans, and work boots. Definitely not someone out for exercise. I had to make a quick decision. Should I turn around and risk losing my momentum, or should I keep skating past him and hope he wouldn't rush me? My fear quickly turned into anger. I had dealt with my share of harassment and violence from men in the past, and I wasn't going to let this man intimidate me. I decided I wasn't going to back down. As I skated by, I made sure to memorize his appearance. I noted his dark eyes, beard, and his plain blue cap, hoodie, jeans, and boots. My fists clenched, and I glared at him with a look that said, "I see you, and I'm not afraid." We locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably just a few seconds. Then he looked away, and I knew he'd changed his mind about whatever he had planned. Still, I wasn't safe yet. I skated as fast as I could to the second park, getting off the path as quickly as possible. Now, I was faced with a dilemma. My car was a mile away, and I couldn't risk going back down that path and passing him again. I didn't know where he might have moved, and I didn't want to take any chances. So, I took off my rollerblades and walked along the road that ran parallel to the path, carrying my skates. Probably looked odd, but I didn't care. The walk seemed to take forever, and I was relieved when I finally reached my car. I locked myself inside and drove away, vowing never to go back to that path again. But the story didn't end there. Later that evening, I went to work my shift as a waitress. When I got home around 10 p.m., I found my neighbor, a guy who lived upstairs, pacing in the parking lot, talking on his phone. He and his girlfriend were both nice enough, though I didn't know them very well. He had been crying, and when I approached, he told me his girlfriend had been attacked by a stranger. She was recovering from injuries, including a head injury from hitting the concrete. When he mentioned the bike path, I froze. I asked him if the attack had happened there, and he said it had. My heart sank. I told him I knew exactly who had done it, explaining my encounter earlier that day. He asked if I could give a description to the police, and because I had made sure to remember every detail about the man's appearance, I was able to provide a thorough description. For months, I checked the news, hoping to hear that the man had been caught, but I never saw any updates. As for the woman who was attacked, she made a full recovery, but soon after, she and her family moved out. I never saw her again. I felt guilty for escaping what happened. I couldn't shake the thought that somehow the attack had been meant for me, but I had narrowly avoided it. The final strange part of the story came the next day. I found my earbuds on the kitchen counter, exactly where they had been the day before, even though I had searched the entire apartment and they hadn't been there earlier. I couldn't explain it, but I have a feeling my heightened awareness and maybe some higher power helped me avoid a dangerous situation. The abandoned shack 4 years ago, I was in my second year of high school and hadn't yet gotten my driver's license. It was also around the time I started experimenting with some substances. One of my neighborhood friends, let's call him Jack, knew of a creek about 1.5 miles from my house that made for a great place to smoke, but getting there was a bit of a trek. There were rumors about a few rundown buildings in the woods nearby, like a dozen or so concrete huts, old fire pits, and some strange platforms and trees. I wasn't sure who had built them, but they were all close together, about 1/4 mile in from the woods and about 1/2 mile away from any road. We'd been there many times, usually with more people, but since we lived in a fairly nice suburban area, it never felt too risky. Plus, no one had ever been seen in the area before. The spot had become a regular hangout for kids our age. We figured it was just some old abandoned homeless camp, but stories still floated around from other high schoolers about creepy things lurking there, like people with hooks for hands, serial killers, or even cannibalistic families, your typical scary stories you'd tell by a campfire. The concrete hut itself was about 7 feet by 7 feet and around 5 feet tall, but the ground inside had been dug out, making the roof taller. When we first found it a couple of years ago, there were signs of life, improvised weapons, food cans, and trash, but over time it had mostly just become littered with beer cans, cigarette butts, and roaches from local kids. Inside, there were sharpest scribbles, and a tarp covered the place, giving off a strong smell of urine, so no one ever really went in. Not far from the hut was a lookout platform built into a tree. There was a makeshift ladder made from branches leading to the 5-foot by 5-foot platform about 20 feet up, though the wood had started to rot, making it a challenge to climb. On this particular October evening, Jack and I set out around 6 p.m., hoping to get there before it got too dark. We had other places closer to my house where we smoked, but none had the same draw as the shack. We made our way through some backyards, across a field, and finally passed through the tree line. There were stones arranged across the creek that let us cross without getting our feet wet. By the time we arrived, the sun had almost completely set, and not much light was left filtering through the trees. It was the first time we'd been there at night, and the atmosphere felt different. Both of us felt uneasy, and we kept our voices to a whisper. We didn't want to get too close to the hut, so we decided to stay about 50 feet away, right on the edge of the bluff we just climbed. As I shifted a few feet over to get more stable ground, I felt my foot get caught on something. A fishing line stretched about 1 foot above the ground, tied to a nearby tree. Suddenly, there was a loud clang as the line pulled a metal bucket into some scrap metal stuck in the ground. It was clearly some kind of alarm. Almost immediately, we heard someone moving down from the platform in the tree, about 20 feet away, before dropping to the leaves below. Without thinking, we bolted down the bluff, slipping and crashing into trees as we went. We could still hear footsteps and grunting behind us. We reached the bottom and sprinted through the creek, but I tripped on some loose rocks and fell into the cold water. I quickly scrambled to my feet and kept running. Moments later, we heard splashes behind us. We finally reached the tree line and were now in an open field about a quarter-mile wide. We ran as fast as we could, but we were both out of breath and injured. The person behind us was catching up. We could hear their heavy breathing and the pounding of their footsteps, getting closer and closer. We sprinted through a yard, and I could hear dogs barking loudly in the distance. Just as we reached the middle of the street, a car slammed on its brakes, and Kurt and I had to stop suddenly to avoid getting hit. We turned around and saw someone standing just outside the reach of a nearby house's floodlights. Then they turned and ran back toward the woods. We quickly apologized to the driver, ditched the weed, and I called my sister to pick us up. We told her what had happened, but we never went back to that creek after that. When I was younger, around 8 years old, I believe I saw my first ghost. We were hiking in the Smoky Mountains, camping in a remote area. I was terrified of sleeping in the woods near the top of a mountain, but my mom assured me we would be fine. "Animals are afraid of your dad," she said, teasing as she held my hand. I trusted her, but I was still nervous. We hiked along the trail until my dad decided it was time to stop and set up camp. We found a peaceful clearing just as the sun was starting to set. I looked at my mom and noticed she looked pale, her hand gripping mine tightly. "Can we set up somewhere else?" she asked, still holding my small hand. She seemed uneasy about the energy of the woods, and I felt it too. I was scared. My dad shook his head. "It's getting late, Han. I'm not going to look for firewood in the dark." I remember asking if we could go home. The small clearing had an eerie feeling to it. After eating some hot dogs and roasting marshmallows, we crawled into our 6-person tent that my dad had bought. He fell asleep within minutes, but my mom and I couldn't sleep. "Mom, are you asleep?" I asked, lifting my head.
No, unei imawaka.
"What's wrong?" she replied. "I'm scared. I can't sleep." "It's okay. We're safe in here," she reassured me. Eventually, I dozed off, but I woke up early the next morning. I stepped out of the tent and saw my mom sitting on the ground, meditating. She always meditated in the mornings with a cup of Earl Grey tea. I walked over to her and tapped her shoulder. "Can we go for a walk?" I asked. She opened her eyes and nodded. "Sure, but let's not go too far. I don't want your dad to worry." We started hiking near our campsite when my mom suddenly stopped. I followed her gaze and saw a faint figure of a man leaning against a birch tree about 20 feet away. He appeared gray, like a mist, but didn't seem scary, just calm and sad. He lifted his head and looked in our direction. I rubbed my eyes, and the figure faded away. My mom just looked at me, and without saying a word, I understood. That man didn't mean any harm. He was just a quiet, sorrowful presence. After that, I don't think I ever saw a ghost again, but I'll never forget that moment. Late one evening, my friend and I decided to go out and smoke some weed. This was back before it became legal in Colorado, so we had to be a little discreet about it. We went to the backyard and sat down. We hadn't even lit up yet when the gate leading to the alley suddenly opened. From there, we saw something small that seemed like a mix between a goblin from a fantasy film and Gollum from The Lord of the Rings, but it looked much more lifelike, if that makes sense. The creature had something like a cloak, though I wasn't entirely sure. When I looked up at it, just as quickly as the gate had opened, it disappeared, retreating back into the alley and silently shutting the gate behind it. The whole thing was so fast and strange it almost seemed unnatural, but it showed me that there are things that we don't always see, even in a big city. The next experience happened when I was hiking in the remote woods of Ohio. It was a peaceful nature walk, and this was at a time when marijuana wasn't legal in Ohio. I'm not even sure if it is now. Back then, if you wanted to enjoy a joint, you had to walk a good 10 miles into the wilderness to avoid being caught. I had just lit up and was soaking in the sounds and sights of the forest when I heard something from behind me. Turning around, I saw what looked like a huge figure, about 15 feet tall, gliding from one tree to the next. At first, I was freaked out, but after a moment, I convinced myself that maybe my eyes were just playing tricks on me. I turned back to the creek and gave it another look, only to hear what sounded like a high-pitched whistle. This time, I saw it again. A tall, slender figure, almost bouncing from tree to tree, making that same strange sound. I've heard of Sasquatch sightings. Some of them show tall, thin creatures, while others depict massive, muscular ones, but this was different. It wasn't like the Slender Man either. It seemed more like a puppet or something in long, dark clothing that swayed as it moved. I can't fully describe it, but it was odd. I quickly left those woods, and I haven't seen anything like it since. If you ever find yourself out in those Ohio woods, be careful. There's something unsettling lurking out there. Glenn Michaels was renowned for his accomplishments in both running and mountain climbing, having won races across all 7 continents. He visited 142 countries and conquered over 190 mountains. In 1985, Glenn moved from Los Angeles to Carson City, where he stayed due to his deep affection for the surrounding hills. At the time of his disappearance, he was 6 feet tall, weighing 155 pounds, with silver hair and green eyes. On the day he vanished, he was wearing a red t-shirt and beige shorts. On a Saturday, Glenn set out on a solo hike along an off-trail route, but he did not return as expected. His absence was noted on Sunday. Known for his daring spirit, Glenn had climbed many of the world's tallest peaks, often tackling difficult and technical routes and leading others through challenging climbs. His name was well known in both competitive running and mountain climbing communities. His passing sparked an outpouring of respect and admiration from those who followed his athletic journey. Glenn set numerous records, including victories in his age group at the Abbott World Marathon Majors and completing marathons across every continent, including Antarctica. He also reached the summits of several iconic mountains, including Denali, Kilimanjaro, and Elbrus. Glenn's website chronicled his remarkable adventures, with photo collections and lists of the countries he had explored. He was remembered as a person full of adventure, driven to achieve his ambitious goals. The exact details surrounding Glenn's climb of Mount Clark and his final moments are still under investigation by park officials, and further information may come to light as the inquiry continues. However, this tragic event serves as a stark reminder of nature's unpredictability, emphasizing that you never know when your last day will come. My deepest condolences go out to Glenn's family. During my high school years, I was heavily involved in the school basketball team and track events to stay in shape. To keep up my stamina, I regularly hiked a winding 11-mile trail that passed through the intimidating hills just outside my quiet little town, where everyone knew everyone. While the area wasn't completely isolated, the trail had a peculiar vibe, especially in certain sections deep within the woods. There, the path grew rough, with dirt and mud patches tangled with tree roots that twisted and turned like snakes in every direction. The challenge intrigued me, forcing me to focus carefully on each step, without realizing how much energy I was expending. For 3 years, the trail remained a regular and reliable retreat, until that one fateful day, when both literal and figurative darkness seemed to fall upon me, just as it had many times before. I parked my car on a desolate dirt road, a quiet offshoot of the main highway, and took a brief moment to smoke a joint, letting the smoke calm my nerves. I slipped on my earphones, popped a piece of gum into my mouth, and selected a playlist on my phone. Then I set off on the trail. Strangely, I couldn't recall having seen anyone that day, although it was the afternoon, and the trail was usually quiet compared to the busier evening hours. Several minutes passed as I walked along the crushed stone path, and as I reached a certain point, the trail started to change. The environment became wilder, and a sense of unease crept in. The most remote section of the trail, where I felt the strangest sense of foreboding, had no obvious cause. The air seemed to grow colder, and a cold dread began to tighten around my chest. Still, I pressed on, trying to push the unsettling feeling away. As the path steepened, I slowed my pace to a cautious walk and took out my earphones. In the silence, I became keenly aware of the eerie quiet that surrounded me. The usual sounds of nature, wind rustling through the leaves, birds chirping, were completely absent. That unnatural stillness only made me more anxious. But I was oblivious to the real danger that was watching me from somewhere in the shadows. The woods around me, thick with trees, had always been home to wild animals like coyotes or even the occasional bear, but the fear that seized me felt different, something beyond the usual threats of the wilderness. In a brief and hazy memory, I recalled a blurry vision of something or someone lurking among the trees. It wasn't an animal or a ghost. It was unmistakably human, a man, a presence that I couldn't quite bring into focus. I instinctively avoided looking directly at him, driven by a primal gut feeling. But the figure wasn't behind me as I had assumed. Stood ahead, off to my right, frozen like a statue. It didn't move, just watched me silently as I continued on. The air around me grew heavy with tension. Every part of my body screamed to flee, and when I rounded a bend about 15 feet further, my body reacted purely on instinct. A burst of adrenaline shot through me, making me sprint like I had never run before. My knees wobbled, but the rush of fear pushed me faster than I ever thought possible. Even though I couldn't hear footsteps following me, it felt as if they were just behind me, ready to pounce. A raw, primal terror gripped me, drowning out all reason. I didn't stop until I was back at my car, where I finally slowed to a panting halt. Trembling from the aftermath of the fear-driven sprint, I found no one chasing me. The figure, the menace, was gone, leaving me with nothing but the thundering of my thoughts and a deep, unsettling feeling that something had been there, hiding in the woods, waiting for the right moment to strike. Maybe it was all just a bad trip, a stoned teenager getting spooked in the woods, but I had followed the same routine for years, whether sober or not, and had never experienced anything like that before. It was an event that refused to be explained or rationalized. Though I eventually left that town behind, the memory of that day stayed with me, haunting my thoughts and making me hesitant to return to the trail. The same feeling of dread now sits with me, reminding me that the woods may not be as safe as I once thought. I often wonder if other hikers have had similar experiences, but I never asked. I didn't want anyone to think I was crazy. I've always felt drawn to the mystery and beauty of nature. So, when a chance came for a hike in the lush woods of Michigan with my friends, I eagerly agreed. Little did I know that what started as a peaceful adventure would soon turn into a terrifying encounter with a creature from local legend. The day started with clear skies and a light breeze that rustled the trees. I reached the trailhead early, excited to start my solo journey. My friends and I planned to meet at the end for a small celebration. The path snaked through thick woods, covered in a colorful blanket of fallen leaves. As I set off, the smell of pine filled the air and the sounds of birds echoed through the trees. With every step, the forest grew denser, and sunlight struggled to break through the canopy, casting strange, flickering shadows across the ground. But something strange began to stir within me. I couldn't quite shake the feeling that the woods were hiding something, whispering, warning, though there was no sound. I pushed on, trying to ignore the rising unease, determined to keep going. However, as the hours passed, the atmosphere grew heavier. The silence in the forest was unnerving, broken only by the occasional snap of twigs underfoot. Every gust of wind, every rustle of leaves felt like the presence of something unseen. Then, as I rounded a bend, a strange odor hit me, like wet fur mixed with decaying leaves and a sharp metallic scent. My heart raced, and my instincts screamed that something was wrong. But curiosity got the best of me. I moved closer, my senses on high alert, and suddenly, branches crackled nearby. My pulse quickened as I scanned the trees, and that's when I saw it. Standing in the sunlight, partially hidden by the dense woods, was a creature like nothing I had ever seen. It stood tall on two legs, its body covered in thick, matted fur. Its shape was a grotesque fusion of man and beast. Its eyes glowed a sickly yellow, filled with malice, and its lips curled into a menacing grin, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Time seemed to freeze. The realization hit me hard. I was face to face with the mythical creature, the Michigan Beast. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to flee, but something held me in place. The creature's eyes locked with mine, its gaze promising no escape. Then, without warning, it lunged, claws extended and its growl shaking the very air around us. I reacted on pure instinct, narrowly dodging its first attack as it swiped at me. My legs buckled, and I stumbled backward, my heart hammering in my chest. It was relentless. The creature followed, moving with terrifying speed and power, its hunger for flesh palpable in the air. My breath came in ragged gasps as I ran, crashing through the underbrush, my thoughts clouded by fear. I realized with a sinking feeling that I had no idea where I was. Lost in this nightmarish forest, there was no way out. The creature's pursuit was unyielding. Then, just when I thought I couldn't run any longer, I spotted something ahead. A small, decrepit cabin standing amidst the trees, barely holding together. It was my only chance for shelter. With adrenaline fueling my every move, I raced toward the cabin and slammed the door behind me, the old wood groaning under the pressure. Inside, the air was thick with dampness and fear. The sounds of the forest were muted, replaced by an unsettling silence. The hours crawled by, each second feeling like an eternity, but there was no sign of the beast. As the night wore on, the sky darkened and the moonlight streamed through the cracks in the walls, casting eerie shadows. I felt sleep pulling me in, a temporary escape from the horror outside. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted off. When I woke, daylight had returned. The sun bathed the cabin in a soft, golden light. I felt a surge of dread, but gathered what little strength I had left and opened the door. To my relief, there was no sign of the creature. The forest seemed calm, its previous terrors vanishing as though they had never existed. I stumbled back onto the trail, my body bruised and exhausted, and made my way back to civilization. But the image of that creature, the Michigan Beast, remained burned in my mind. It was no longer just a legend. It was a reality that would haunt my dreams for the rest of my life, a constant reminder of the horrors lurking in the heart of the wilderness. I couldn't believe my fortune when I first set foot on the iconic Cascade Trail. The thought of hiking through the stunning wilderness and truly experiencing nature had always drawn me in. With my pack firmly secured and excitement rushing through me, I set off on the journey I had dreamed about. The first few days felt like a dream come true. The sun shone brightly above, warming the rugged path beneath my boots. The views were breathtaking, with towering peaks, dense forests, and crystal-clear lakes. I embraced the solitude, savoring each step on the winding trail. But as nature often does, the weather turned unexpectedly. On the fourth day, dark clouds quickly filled the sky, swallowing the vibrant blue. A cold gust of wind cut through my jacket, making me shiver uncontrollably. The air grew thick with tension, as though something ominous was approaching. I pulled out my map and realized that I had several more miles to the nearest campsite. Determined, I tightened my pack straps and pushed forward, hoping to reach shelter before the storm fully hit. Hours dragged on as the weather grew more intense. The wind howled through the tall trees, bending them unnervingly. Fat raindrops began to fall, hitting the leaves with a sharp, chaotic rhythm. What had once been a well-trodden trail quickly turned to mud, making every step a tiring challenge. My boots sank into the wet ground, slowing my progress and exhausting me. As the light began to fade, panic crept in. I needed to find shelter before night took over. Just as I was about to lose hope, I spotted an old, abandoned cabin tucked away among the trees. Its windows were shattered, and the wood looked aged and worn. Despite its dilapidated appearance, it promised protection from the raging storm. With a surge of hope, I reached the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The air was thick with the musty smell of decay, and my flashlight illuminated the eerie, forgotten interior. The furniture was rotting, untouched by human hands for many years. As I ventured further, my heart raced when I found a dusty, handwritten note on a table. The faded words spoke of a terrible entity that haunted the woods, preying on those who sought refuge in the cabin. A chill ran down my spine. Was this just a silly warning? Or was there truth to this dark tale? I couldn't help but wonder. Suddenly, a blood-curdling wail echoed through the trees, shaking the walls of the cabin. The sound sent me stumbling back, my heart pounding with fear. It was as if the storm had awoken something dreadful. My breath caught in my throat as I grabbed my hiking poles and bolted for the door. The wind lashed against my face, and the rain blurred my vision as I ran through the forest, desperate to escape. The creature's eerie cries echoed, and I felt branches tugging at my clothes as I sprinted. My legs screamed with exhaustion, but ahead, I saw a flicker of light, a sign of the campsite I'd been aiming for. Summoning all the strength I had left, I pushed through the pain and finally burst into the clearing, breathless and soaked to the bone. Other hikers rushed to my side, their faces full of concern when they saw my disheveled state. They wrapped me in warmth, offering their tents and supplies as the storm raged on. The days passed, and eventually, the storm subsided, allowing us to continue our trek along the Cascade Trail. That experience would stay with me forever, reminding me of the wild, unpredictable forces of nature and the strength within us to face them. As I reflect on that terrifying day, I urge all who follow this path to approach it with caution and reverence. For behind the beauty of the wilderness, there are dark, untold dangers that can test your very will to survive. During the summer break between my second and third years of college, my study partner, who had become my best friend, and I decided to hike a section of the Appalachian Trail in New Hampshire. Things started off well. We had hiked together a few times before, so we knew we could handle the more challenging parts of the trail. By the third day, we were still in good spirits, looking forward to the last 2 days of hiking. However, early in the afternoon of that third day, something happened that made us cut our trip short by 2 full days. We were walking along, hoping the weather would stay dry, when my friend suddenly stopped and pointed to something among the trees off the trail. It looked like a piece of bright red fabric barely visible, hanging from a tree branch about 20 to 30 yards away. We both said something like, "Who would just leave their laundry hanging out here?" We figured someone must have tossed a shirt up there and forgotten about it, so we decided to grab it and take it back to dispose of it once we finished the hike. But as we got closer, we realized it wasn't carelessly thrown there. It was some kind of marker. Beneath what turned out to be a red shirt lying in the dirt were what looked like two shallow graves. My friend and I completely freaked out. There were two graves and two of us. We didn't even bother touching the shirt. We just hurried along the rest of that section of the trail and headed straight to the nearest road, walking toward the closest town to report what we had seen to the authorities. Some people have asked why we didn't just call 911 right there on the trail. Honestly, we weren't sure we'd get a signal, and even if we had, what could we have done? The main thing on our minds was getting as far away from those graves as we could. Yes, we could have given them our last known location in case something happened, but in reality, if someone was after us, calling 911 wouldn't have saved us. Running was our best option. Once we reached town, we found a phone and called 911 to inform the local police. I explained everything, and the officer I spoke with took it seriously, thanking me for calling. He even gave me his direct number in case I wanted to check on the progress of the investigation. I thought that was a nice gesture, trying to put me at ease. After that, we had to decide whether to continue the hike. My friend was really set on finishing, suggesting we could catch a ride to the next town and rejoin the trail further along. I wanted to continue too, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister was going on. I told her that those might not be the only graves. There could be others nearby. What if someone was lurking along that part of the trail, waiting for hikers to come along? We agreed to stay at a motel that night and check with the sheriff again the next day. If he found a harmless explanation for the graves, we'd continue. If not, I couldn't go back out there. The next day, we called the sheriff, and it turned out he hadn't even checked the graves yet. He promised he'd do it later that day. I politely thanked him, but his lack of urgency pretty much sealed the decision for me. Our trip was over. My friend was upset, understandably. She had been looking forward to hiking this part of the Appalachian Trail for a long time. I had been too, but I wasn't quitting because of some creepy noises or because I wanted a proper shower. I was genuinely scared for my safety. It wasn't like someone had just hung some spooky ornaments in the trees as a joke. Those graves marked by a bright red shirt were too deliberate to be a prank. It wasn't worth risking our lives to find out more. On a hike through the mountains of North Carolina, we brought along our camping gear and other survival equipment. Despite our efforts to pack light, the continuous days of hiking took a toll on us. Sleeping outdoors made it difficult to get proper rest. Although we had some camping experience in safer, more controlled environments back home, this was something entirely different. On the afternoon of our fourth day, we encountered a lone hiker coming toward us on the trail. We stopped to ask about the path ahead, and that's when he mentioned a two-person shelter about 10 miles further along. He said if we maintained a good pace, we could reach it by nightfall. The thought of getting some actual sleep instead of tossing and turning gave us a huge boost, so we thanked him and kept moving. A few hours later, we spotted the shelter. It wasn't quite what we had expected. It resembled more of a wooden cabin with two raised sleeping areas. It was far from the cozy little house we had imagined, but it was a welcome sight after a long day. We placed our gear on one of the platforms, unpacked our food, and settled in for dinner. Not long after, a man and woman hiked up to the shelter. We assumed they were a couple and offered them the other sleeping platform, which they accepted. We all agreed to try and get some rest without worrying about bugs or other critters creeping into our tents. However, the peaceful atmosphere didn't last long. The couple soon started bickering, and their arguing cast an awkward mood over the evening. It wasn't a loud fight, just quiet, tense whispers, but it was clear things weren't going well between them. My friend made a quiet comment about it, which made us chuckle, but the woman noticed and confronted us, asking what was so funny. We denied laughing at them, but her boyfriend had to calm her down before things escalated further. Their bickering continued late into the night, but eventually, we all managed to drift off to sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, we woke up to hear them arguing again, this time much louder. We couldn't make out much, just bits and pieces like, "You never listen," and "It's too far, we won't make it." The tension was building, and just as we were about to ask them to quiet down, the woman shouted something like, "Maybe I'll just do it then." Next thing we knew, she threw her pack down and climbed off the platform, clearly planning to hike off into the night. Her boyfriend tried to stop her, but she was furious and seemed determined to leave. My friend called out to her, advising against hiking alone at night, but she responded with a curse and kept walking into the darkness, armed only with a flashlight. After she disappeared into the trees, my friend suggested her boyfriend go after her, but he stubbornly refused, saying if she wanted to leave, that was her choice. My friend then offered to go after her himself, which only angered the boyfriend more. As the two of them started arguing, we suddenly heard a scream that froze us in place. Then we heard it again, louder this time, and that's when we sprang into action. We grabbed our flashlights and ran down the trail, following the sound of the screams. Her boyfriend was ahead of us, running fast, and soon we found her lying off the trail with her leg twisted at an unnatural angle. She was in agony, crying out that someone had broken her leg. We quickly moved to help her, but she kept repeating, "He's still here, he's still here." When we asked who she was talking about, she told us someone had attacked her. She hadn't seen his face, but was sure it was a man who hit her leg with a blunt object before running off. We were terrified, realizing someone was out there in the woods, possibly watching us. We had to move quickly but carefully to get her back to the shelter. Once there, we armed ourselves with whatever we had, knives and hatchets, and took turns keeping watch. Without cell phones back then, we couldn't call for help. We spent the rest of the night on edge, expecting the attacker to return at any moment. At dawn, we made a makeshift stretcher and carried the woman to a nearby town where she received medical help. We reported the attack to the local authorities, but they had no leads. The woman recovered from her injury, and we stayed in touch with the couple afterward to check on them. Eventually, we resumed our hike, skipping ahead to ensure we were far from where the attack had happened. Encounters like this are extremely rare on that trail, but it was a chilling reminder that sometimes the real danger isn't from wildlife but from other people. For the rest of that trip, I kept my survival knife close whenever we camped. For several years, I explored the trails of a nearby national park. The smooth hour-long drive to the park was familiar, and I parked near the visitor center, letting the park ranger know my planned route. After a final check of my gear, I set off on a 2-mile hike to my usual campsite. Little did I know, someone's life had just taken a dark turn, and soon I would be part of the story. My love for the outdoors began shortly after the tragic events of 9/11. Though I wasn't directly affected, I lost someone very close to me. She and I had been college sweethearts but had drifted apart. The internet brought us back together, and we planned to meet during Christmas to rekindle our relationship. I was shattered when I heard the devastating news of her death. I even considered ending my own life, packing a bag, and heading into the mountains. However, something changed when I arrived at my favorite spot. The beauty of the place overwhelmed me, and despite my deep grief, the peace I found on that mountain stopped me from going through with my plan. Over time, whenever the weight of my sorrow became unbearable, I would escape into nature, where everything felt manageable again. It was back to the summer of 2006, and my outdoor retreats had become a regular part of my life by then. That first night passed without anything unusual. The following day, I decided to explore the nearby canyon, hoping to find a few artifacts for my growing collection. After a quick meal of oatmeal, I hit the trail. About halfway down the canyon, I noticed a flash of light but couldn't find the source. Another burst of light blinded me, but once I regained focus, I saw a pair of arms waving frantically about 50 feet down the cliffside. I rushed down the trail for a better view. Nearby, a rocky ledge caught my attention. I leapt onto it, but instantly, I felt it start to crumble under my feet. The fall seemed endless, and I braced myself for a hard landing. However, the pain wasn't as severe as I had expected. Lying on my back, I realized I had only fallen about 20 feet. I took a moment to catch my breath before remembering why I was there. I tried to stand, but my left foot was trapped between two large rocks. I pushed against the top rock and pulled my leg until I freed myself. Back on my feet, I looked around for the person I had seen earlier. I spotted a woman lying almost motionless to my right. Carefully, I made my way down the cliff until I reached her. At first glance, she appeared lifeless, but her lips began to move. I knelt beside her and spoke softly, asking her name. Slowly, her eyes opened, and a faint smile formed on her face. "I thought you were dead when that rock slide happened," she said in a raspy but kind voice. "I don't mean to be rude, but do you have any water?" I quickly rummaged through my bag and pulled out my water bottle. It was a bit dented but still intact. Gently, I tilted the bottle to her lips, giving her a small sip. I didn't want her to drink too much too fast and risk making herself sick. Over the next few minutes, she told me how she ended up there, and I occasionally gave her more water. She was clearly in a lot of pain, and I knew I couldn't waste any more time talking if I wanted to get her help. I covered her with the fleece from my pack and told her my plan. Climbing back up the loose rocks was much harder than coming down. The pain in my body, especially my back, was growing unbearable. I tried running, but my legs couldn't handle it, so I settled for a fast walk instead. The hike back was long and agonizing, but I reached the ranger station just after 1 p.m. The ranger acted quickly, and within minutes, a rescue team was on its way. I had to take an ambulance to the hospital and spent the night there. It was nearly 7 p.m. when I saw the emergency staff wheeling her in, but the waiting wasn't over. She was rushed into surgery, and it was several hours before I received any updates. When the news came, it was good. Despite suffering from a punctured lung, concussion, broken arm, and several other injuries, she would make a full recovery. My journey to healing is a story for another day, but that woman, her name was Lisa, was reunited with her family. She later went on to start a family of her own. The last I heard, she was living in Utah with her husband and 2 sons. I hope everyone joins me in wishing her a long and happy life. I'm just grateful I was there to help her through that ordeal many years ago. A friend and I once hiked a section of a long-distance trail. A few years ago, some friends and I were hiking on a trail near a small town in Pennsylvania when we stumbled upon something truly unsettling. We had stopped to rest at a group of rocks that served as makeshift chairs. As one of my friends stood up to stretch his legs, he walked around his rock and noticed something sticking out from the bottom. He bent down and pulled out what appeared to be an old metal candy tin with a hinged lid. We started joking about how he had found someone's hidden stash, but when he opened it, all he found were 2 dirty pieces of paper. He set the tin down and unfolded the first piece. It had a rough sketch of some rocks and trees, which we assumed were the ones we were sitting near. But when he flipped it over, his face went pale. We asked what was wrong, and he read aloud the message. This was the last thing Emily ever saw. We all were shocked, thinking, "No way." He showed us, and sure enough, that's what it said. I then asked him to unfold the second piece of paper, but he refused. Another friend got up, grabbed the paper, and opened it. After quickly glancing at it, his expression shifted too. He read aloud, "People I owe an apology to," followed by a list of names. At first, I thought it might be a note left by someone who had taken their own life, someone who liked to draw and referred to themselves in the third person. But seeing the apology list made me wonder if it was written by someone else, perhaps after something tragic had occurred. This sparked a lot of debate among us. Maybe Emily had stolen money, felt guilty, and walked into the woods to end her life. But if that were the case, wouldn't there have been an apology to her family or something? One of us suggested comparing the handwriting on both notes. The apology note was written with a different pen, but the handwriting was shaky, as if it had been written at a different time, perhaps when the writer was very emotional. We stopped arguing after a while and decided to search the area for any signs of a body or anything unusual. We couldn't just leave the notes there without at least trying to make sure no one had been left behind. We looked around for a while but didn't find any bodies or anything suspicious. Honestly, I didn't even know what we were supposed to be looking for. I kept telling one of my friends to watch out for any disturbed ground, thinking maybe there was a shallow grave nearby, but we were in the woods, everything was disturbed. Eventually, we decided to take the tin and the notes to the local authorities in the next town. When we got there, we explained everything, saying it might just be a weird prank, but that we couldn't ignore what we'd found. To this day, it's still the creepiest thing I've ever come across while hiking. The story takes place during the summer of 2006, and I had been hiking. When I was 17, I lived in Ohio. I was passionate about outdoor activities and went on hikes almost every day, unless I was feeling particularly tired. One day, I made a mistake I'll never forget. I decided to go for a hike, but had an experience I never want to go through again. That day, I drove to my favorite hiking spot, the trail I almost always visited. As soon as I arrived, I noticed a strange man. He appeared to be in his late 30s. Despite my instincts urging me to turn back and leave, I was as stubborn as ever and chose to stay. I parked, got out of the car, and started walking down the trail. Before I got too far, I glanced back and saw the man staring at me. I quickly looked away and kept going. I had walked about 200 to 300 yards down the path when I decided to take a short break. That's when I heard a scream. It was a man's voice. My heart sank, and when I looked back, the same man from the trail entrance was now running directly toward me. My adrenaline surged, and I ran as fast as I could. Even though I thought I was fast, he was gaining on me quickly, as if he had some supernatural energy. When I realized he was catching up, I started to panic and cry. I made a sharp turn off the trail and into the woods, hoping to lose him. I ran in the direction of the parking lot, but I could still hear his footsteps not far behind me. As I kept running, though, the sound of his footsteps started to fade. He was slowing down and I was getting closer to the parking area, my way out. Finally, I burst through the trees and sprinted to my car. I locked the door and immediately called the police. It didn't take long for them to arrive. They searched the area and found the man. He turned out to be a 38-year-old homeless man. Even worse, he had a butcher knife hidden in one of his coat pockets, which he apparently found in a dumpster behind a nearby restaurant. To this day, I still wonder what he was planning to do with that. I'm thankful I did some fitness training during high school, or he might have caught me, or I might have run out of energy too soon. Creepy guy, please stay far away from me. 2 summers ago, my friends Jake and Max stayed at my house for the week. It was summer break, and we lived in a small town west of Kentucky. My house was surrounded by fields, so we often went hiking. One evening, after watching some scary movies, we couldn't sleep. That's when Max suggested we go for a walk in one of the nearby fields. I reminded him we weren't allowed to hike at night, but he didn't mind. Jake was hesitant at first, but eventually, they both convinced me to join them. We quietly snuck out of the house, making sure not to wake my parents, who were fast asleep. We had never been in that field after dark, and I knew there were wild animals like coyotes, so I brought a machete for safety. As soon as we entered the field, I felt like we were being watched. I brushed it off, thinking it was just nerves from doing something we weren't supposed to. About 20 minutes later, we stopped for a break. Jake and Max sat down, but I couldn't relax. The feeling of being watched came over me again, stronger this time, almost like we were being hunted. I decided to climb a nearby hill to get a better view of the field. Thanks to the full moon, it wasn't too dark, and I could see quite far. The field was growing wheat, and it was about waist-high on me, so anything hiding in it could easily disappear. At first, I didn't notice anything unusual, but then I saw it, bright glowing yellow eyes about 100 yards away. I froze. Remember, the wheat was up to my waist and I was around 5 feet 8 inches, yet these eyes were at least 4 feet above the wheat, meaning whatever was out there was much taller than me. I couldn't move. A moment later, Jake and Max came up the hill to check on me. One look at my face, and they knew something was wrong. They asked, "What's going on?" But I couldn't speak. I just pointed at those glowing yellow eyes. They both turned to look, and soon they saw what I was staring at. We stood there frozen until the eyes suddenly dropped lower, disappearing into the wheat as if the creature was now crawling. Without thinking, we bolted. We ran so fast everything became a blur. We didn't know if the creature was chasing us, but we weren't sticking around to find out. When we reached the end of my street, we stopped, thinking we were safe, but we were wrong. That's when we heard the deepest, most terrifying howl, followed by the sound of panting and heavy footsteps, like something massive was running straight for us. We took off again, running as fast as we could all the way back to my house. Once we reached my house, we did something foolish. We looked back. What we saw still haunts me. It had followed us and was standing under a streetlight, only about 50 yards away. The creature was on 2 legs with a muscular human-like torso, but its legs were shaped like those of a dog. Its arms were long, and it had the head of a wolf or a bear covered in thick black fur. It just stood there watching us. We rushed inside, locking every door and window. However, there was one window upstairs that still needed to be locked, and it had a clear view of the street, which meant the creature could see me too. After gathering enough courage, I hurried to lock it, and when I looked out, it was still there, staring right up at me. I quickly locked the window and ran back downstairs to tell Jake and Max. We checked again a moment later, but by then, the creature was gone. None of us slept that night. The next morning, we told my parents what had happened, but all they cared about was the fact that we had snuck out. Jake and Max went home and I was grounded. No one else believed us when we tried to tell them what we saw, but we knew the truth. It's been 2 years, and I still haven't gone back to that field at night. Even when I hike there during the day now, I sometimes get the same uneasy feeling, like something is watching me. Camping with my girlfriend, her friend, my cousin, and 4 other buddies, we had planned a hiking trip together. My girlfriend's uncle owned a vast stretch of land, and occasionally he allowed people to camp there. In a secluded corner of the property stood an old, weathered cabin he sometimes rented out. The land bordered an area locals called No Man's Forest. It was a desolate place where, as some of us had explored before, you'd find no signs of other people. Our plan was to hike along the lesser-known trails and camp overnight. After a long trek, nightfall came and we set up a small campsite. We built a fire, pitched our tents, and spent the evening sharing drinks and roasting hot dogs over the flames. Everything felt calm and serene until close to midnight. We were exchanging stories around the fire when suddenly, my cousin stood up, looking toward the dark trees, and motioned for us to be silent. "Wait, hold on," he whispered urgently. After a moment of silence, I asked him what was wrong, but he gestured for quiet again. "I heard something, voices," he muttered. We all froze, straining to listen. A few tense moments passed before my cousin whispered again, "It's coming from out there," pointing beyond the tree line. He swore he had heard faint voices, distant and low, like people talking far away. Soon enough, we began hearing faint shouting ourselves. It was faint, almost like it was carried on the wind. Thinking someone might be lost, a couple of us yelled back, calling out into the night. "Hello? Does anyone need help?" My girlfriend shouted. One of our friends cupped his hands and added, "Hey, is someone there?" The only response we got was what sounded like muffled, far-off voices. Two of them, as if calling back from a great distance. The tone was strange, though, and the words were impossible to make out. It was eerie, and what made it worse was the subtle sound of movement, like someone or something walking just beyond the tree line, maybe 100 yards away. We called out again, but the voices only grew louder, though still incomprehensible. Then came a banging sound, as if objects were being struck together or thrown around in the dark. "This doesn't feel right," my girlfriend murmured, her unease mirroring what we were all feeling. The situation felt less like a random encounter with lost hikers and more like something deliberate. Maybe locals playing tricks, I thought, but it didn't sit well. After some discussion, one of my friends retrieved a small revolver from his bag, a gift from his father. "If someone's messing with us, we need to be ready," he said. None of us disagreed. "Do you need help?" My cousin called out louder, his voice cutting through the night. This time, the voices responded again, but they were louder and even stranger, no longer resembling any words we could recognize. It sounded like gibberish, accompanied by the unsettling banging noises. The minutes dragged on with nothing else happening. Finally, the noises stopped altogether, and the woods fell silent again, save for the fire's crackle and the occasional chirp of crickets. We began to relax slightly, but that calm didn't last. Out of nowhere, we heard footsteps, closer this time, crunching leaves and snapping twigs just outside the firelight. It was clear someone or something was circling us, moving quickly but staying out of sight. We sat frozen, expecting someone to step into the light at any moment, but no one did. The sounds stopped abruptly, as if whoever or whatever was out there had come to a halt. It was unsettling, the way the noises ended so suddenly instead of fading into the distance. We were certain someone was out there, standing silently in the dark, watching us. Fearing the worst, we organized a watch schedule for the night. 2 people stayed awake while the rest tried to sleep in shifts, though rest was hard to come by. The remainder of the night passed uneventfully, and by morning, we were all eager to leave. As we packed up our gear and headed out, the thrill of camping had been replaced with unease. What stuck with me most wasn't just the eerie voices or the strange movements. It was how the distant sounds had seemed so close and how abruptly everything had stopped, leaving behind an unshakable sense that something more unusual was at play. When I was part of a small group of teenagers who enjoyed outdoor adventures, we took a trip near a sharp slope. It wasn't tall enough to be called a mountain, but falling from it could still lead to serious injury. The steepness of the slope plays a big role in this story. After setting up our tents, it was around 9 p.m., and we had some free time. We decided to climb the slope together since hiking was something we all loved. Because of the sharp incline, we used a rope tied to a wooden post for support. I made sure to double-check the knot to ensure it was secure. Once everything looked good, we began climbing. As we explored the area, we stumbled upon a part of the fence that looked crushed, as if someone had stepped on it. Beyond that spot stood an old, round concrete structure. We walked around the building and eventually found an entrance. Inside, there was a small compartment with a ladder leading upward, about 15 feet. Everyone climbed up, one at a time, until we reached a small metal door. It opened up to the roof, which was surprisingly large. While we were exploring the rooftop, we found a heavy steel hatch. When we opened it, we saw it led down about 20 feet with a ladder inside. Feeling adventurous, we decided to climb down. The interior was enormous, with concrete beams supporting the ceiling and some blue tarp hanging along the walls. It was pitch black, and our flashlights barely illuminated the place. At some point, a few of the group thought it would be funny to close the hatch, leaving the rest of us inside. Then we started hearing a strange clicking noise. At first, we brushed it off as falling rocks or random sounds. But a moment later, one of the others called out, asking, "Who's there?" He said he could feel someone breathing on his neck. Derek, who was nearby, suddenly yelled that he saw someone move. We huddled together, and that's when we heard it. A chilling laugh echoing through the building. It wasn't the laugh of someone amused, but the unsettling sound of someone deranged. Panicked, one of us switched on a stronger flashlight. That's when we saw him. A man who seemed to be homeless, standing in the shadows. His face was weathered, his hair matted, and he wore nothing but ripped, filthy clothing. He looked as though he hadn't been outside in years. But what really terrified us wasn't his appearance. It was the long knife he was holding. Everything happened so fast. Suddenly, the man let out a blood-curdling scream. The noise startled the people on the roof, and they reopened the hatch, realizing something was wrong. At that moment, the man charged at us. We scrambled for the ladder, desperate to escape. The first person nearly leapt onto it. I was at the back of the group, and as I climbed, I felt something grab my foot. In sheer panic, I swung down instinctively and struck him. It was only afterward that I realized I'd hit him with the handle of my closed pocket knife, which I had in my hand. Thankfully, the blow made him let go. I climbed the rest of the way up and reached the roof. Looking back, I saw the man bleeding as he tried to climb the rusty ladder after us. Just then, someone slammed the hatch shut, locking him inside. We didn't waste any time. Running back to the small door leading to the ladder out, I stayed behind briefly to tie the door shut with an old piece of rope I found nearby. Then I caught up with the others. We rushed back through the damaged fence and made our way down the hill, shaken and silent. None of us dared talk about what had happened, fearing we'd get into trouble. For the rest of the week, everything seemed normal. But on the last night of our trip, I could have sworn I heard distant screams. Not of pain, but the frenzied cries of someone losing their grip on reality. If you ever explore abandoned places, always carry something to protect yourself. I can't help but think about how things could have ended much worse if I hadn't had that knife. Back then, in the summer of 2003, I lived in Virginia and had a strong passion for hiking and adventure. Several years ago, I was really into hiking and exploring the woods with my friends. One weekend, my friend Caleb and I went on a hike together, something we often did to unwind or play airsoft in the less dense parts of the forest. After a long afternoon of fishing, we were unpacking our gear as the sun began to sink below the horizon. That's when Caleb noticed something strange about our tackle box. "Hey, Alex," he called out. "Come check this out." A bit annoyed because I was struggling to set up my tent, I walked over to see what he was talking about. "What's the deal?" I asked. Then I saw it. A series of deep, jagged scratches gouged across the lid of our tackle box, which was now bent out of shape. What could have done this? I wondered aloud as I inspected the marks. I couldn't think of any animal that would mess with our stuff like that.
No idea, Caleb replied.
But it looked like this when we got back. A sense of unease settled over me. Great, there might be a bear nearby. "Keep your knife handy tonight," I said, gripping the pocket knife in my pocket. Later, we started a fire and began chatting, eventually pushing the earlier weirdness to the back of our minds. That was until we heard something. Footsteps crunching in the underbrush nearby. Caleb and I immediately turned toward the sound, confused. The footsteps were far too heavy for a small animal like a squirrel or raccoon. Instinctively, we drew our knives, bracing for whatever might appear. What stepped out of the bushes is something I'll never forget. A tall, thin, pale figure emerged, its frail appearance almost pitiful, except for the massive, sharp claws that extended from its hands, unlike anything I'd seen on any animal. Its face was terrifyingly hollow, with empty pits where its eyes should have been, yet I felt it was watching us. Then it let out a piercing scream, dropped onto all fours, and charged at us. Panic took over. Before I even realized what I was doing, I kicked the tackle box at it in a desperate attempt to slow it down or scare it off. The moment the box struck the creature, Caleb and I bolted toward a small restroom building at the nearby campground. Once inside, we slammed the door shut and locked it. That night was a nightmare. We barely got any sleep, constantly hearing the creature circling the building, its claws scratching against the walls, and, every so often, that blood-curdling scream. I was certain it would break through the door at any second. Eventually, the sound stopped, but we didn't dare leave until the sun was fully up. When we finally stepped outside, the door and walls were covered in claw marks. We hurried back to our campsite, staying alert, but what we found only made things worse. The place was a mess. Everything was scattered, ripped, or broken. We didn't even bother gathering our belongings. We just turned around and left as quickly as possible. When we got back to Caleb's house, we both agreed never to return. We didn't tell anyone what happened, either. It was just too unbelievable. I'm sharing this story now not for attention, but as a warning. This happened when I was 17. Be careful out there. My early years were anything but steady. After separating from my dad, my mom went through a series of rocky relationships. Some of the men she dated even moved in with us. When I was 16, she married a man named Jeff, whom she had met at the diner where she worked. Jeff was a loud, overbearing guy who tried to step into my dad's shoes, though I never wanted him to. Mom often kept me away from my dad, but I always knew he cared about me. Before their split, Dad and I spent time fishing, hiking, and camping together. Those outings gave me a love for nature, something that shaped my life in ways I didn't expect. At 19, I finally decided I'd had enough of Jeff's controlling ways. Despite rarely holding a job, Jeff demanded that I wake up early every morning, even though I worked 5 days a week and was saving to move out. By the end of my junior year, I had enough saved to start planning for my own place. To speed things up, I dropped out of school and earned my GED. My dad wasn't thrilled with the decision, but he supported me and signed the paperwork. One day, Jeff barged into my room yelling at me to get up, even though it was my day off. Already stressed, I snapped and told him to leave me alone. When he raised his hand as if to hit me, I reacted first and knocked him down. That was it for me. I packed a bag and left, knowing he'd likely call the police. With no plan and no car, I wandered through town until nightfall, eventually finding a wooded area at the edge of town. I made a small camp, built a fire, and used my clothes and some leaves as bedding. It wasn't comfortable, but it worked for the night. I hoped to find an empty place to stay until I could save more money, but every spot was either guarded or unsafe. After a week, I realized sleeping on the ground wouldn't work long term. I went to a store and bought a sleeping bag and a few supplies. Using a tarp, I made a simple shelter and lined it with foil to reflect heat from my fire, making the cold nights a bit easier to bear. I cleaned up in public restrooms and did my laundry at a 24-hour laundromat, where I sometimes dozed off while waiting for my clothes. Eventually, I found a nearby river where I could bathe. My camp was close to some railroad tracks, and I discovered a small hobo camp about half a mile away. One evening, I saw their fire and cautiously approached. 3 older men were sitting around it, sharing stories. They invited me to join them, and I introduced myself as Sam, saying I lived nearby. Over time, I became part of their group, listening to their tales and sharing some of my own. As fall approached, the colder weather brought less friendly people to the area. One night, a newcomer named Tony got drunk and attacked me out of nowhere. The others pulled him off, but I learned to be more cautious after that. Not long after, another incident pushed me to leave the camp for good. A guy around my age named Chris approached me one day while I was gathering wood. He seemed friendly at first, so I told him about the camp. That evening, we talked around the fire, but the next night, things took a dark turn. I had let slip that it was payday, and Chris asked to borrow money. When I told him I'd already spent it, he became aggressive and pulled out a knife. He demanded the cash, and when I hesitated, he lunged at me. I tried to run but tripped, cutting my arm in the process. Just as I thought it was over, one of the regulars, Joe, appeared and hit Chris with a bat, chasing him off. That was the breaking point for me. I had enough saved to afford a small apartment, so I spent the weekend searching for one. By Sunday night, I moved into a tiny, rundown place, but it was mine. Over the next few months, I found a better apartment and stayed there for several years. Sometimes I think back to those days and the people I met. They weren't what most would expect from that lifestyle, but even with good company, living like that is something I'd never recommend to anyone. When I was a kid, I always wanted to join a youth adventure group. Back then, these groups were still admired for teaching outdoor skills and building character. I think I was around 12 years old when I finally convinced my dad to let me sign up. He was hesitant at first because, in his homeland, such groups were often tied to strict militaristic activities for children. I asked the group's organizer to meet with my dad, and after a long conversation filled with questions, his concerns were put to rest. With that hurdle cleared, I officially became a member of a junior scouting club. However, my excitement soon dimmed when I realized that the club wasn't what I had hoped for. The leader of our troop was an overly nervous woman who didn't seem very passionate about the program. It was a letdown for me. About 7 months later, there was a glimmer of hope. A leader from a nearby district invited our troop to join their group for a camping weekend. This was exactly what I had dreamed of when I signed up. I used to go camping with my family, but after my parents divorced, those outings stopped altogether. That Saturday, we were picked up early in the morning and driven to the campsite. Our group was small, only about 9 kids. Once we arrived, the leader gave us a rundown on how to set up our tents. Each tent was supposed to house 2 boys, but since we had an uneven number, I got to set up a tent for myself. The leader guided us and everyone got to work. Some of the kids needed help, but we managed to pitch all the tents without much trouble. The morning was spent learning basic first aid and safety skills. I got paired with the leader and became the example for the rest of the group, which meant I spent hours wrapped in bandages and carried around on a makeshift stretcher. Turned out to be both fun and educational. Afterward, we had a quick lunch and took a short nap until about 3 p.m., when it was time for archery practice. I had been looking forward to this the most. Ever since watching an adventure movie as a child, I'd fantasized about using a bow and arrow. The leader gave us a quick lesson, emphasizing the importance of safety, though it was clear most of us were too excited to listen carefully. I got to go first. As I pulled the bowstring back, I crouched dramatically, imagining myself as a character from one of my favorite movies. The leader quickly corrected me and told me to stand properly. Although it took away some of the thrill, watching the arrow hit the target still gave me a rush of excitement. The rest of the kids took their turns, and then we practiced on our own. Everyone was having fun, joking, and trying to outdo one another. That's when the accident happened. A boy named Brian had just knocked an arrow and was talking to another boy, Alex. Brian had the bow partially drawn when Alex said something that made Brian turn toward him. Somehow, Brian let go of the string. The arrow hit Alex in the chest, going in about 6 inches. Chaos erupted. The leader shouted for the first aid kit, and Alex was gasping for breath. There wasn't much anyone could do except try to calm Alex and pack the wound area. 2 kids were sent to run to the ranger station about half a mile away, while the rest of us stood frozen, too shocked to move. Brian paced back and forth, muttering apologies until the leader sternly told him to sit down. An ambulance arrived about 25 minutes later, though it felt like an eternity. The trip ended abruptly, and we hurriedly packed our things. On the ride back, Brian broke down in tears. His cries were heart-wrenching, and I still remember them vividly. To me, it was clearly a tragic accident, but some kids later spread rumors that Alex had insulted Brian, and the arrow was shot intentionally. Only Brian knows the truth, and he's never spoken about it. The next morning, I found out Alex had undergone surgery, which was successful. The arrow had punctured his lung but missed his heart by less than an inch. He made a full recovery. Brian, relieved beyond words, formally apologized to Alex a few months later. Alex accepted the apology, and from what I heard, he never held any grudges. As for me, the incident marked the end of my scouting days. When my dad heard what had happened, he pulled me out of the program immediately. But I didn't mind too much. I ended up picking up skateboarding instead, which surprisingly turned out to be much safer. The events of this story took place during the summer of 2007. For years, I had been exploring the hiking trails of a nearby national forest. The drive, which took a little over an hour, was as smooth as ever. After parking near the visitor center, I informed the park ranger of my plans. With a final check of my equipment, I set off on a 2-mile hike to my usual campsite. Little did I know, someone's life had taken a tragic turn, and my own path was about to change forever. My interest in the outdoors began after the events of 9/11. While I wasn't directly impacted by the tragedy, I had lost someone very dear to me. We had been close during our university years, but drifted apart over time. Social media eventually reconnected us, and we were planning to meet over the holidays to explore rekindling our relationship. However, before that could happen, I received news of her sudden passing. The loss shattered me, and I spiraled into despair, even considering ending my own life. I packed a bag and went to a remote spot, intent on solitude. But when I arrived, the serene beauty of nature unexpectedly brought me a sense of calm. Though my grief was immense, the tranquility of the outdoors provided a space for healing. It became my sanctuary whenever the weight of my emotions became too much to bear. Returning to the summer of 2007, my trips into the wilderness had become routine. The first evening of my camping trip was uneventful. The next morning, after a quick breakfast of granola, I decided to hike deeper into the valley. These outings often yielded interesting stones or small artifacts for my growing collection. As I navigated a steep descent, a sudden glimmer of light caught my attention. At first, I couldn't determine its source, but another flash soon blinded me momentarily. When my vision cleared, I noticed arms flailing roughly 50 feet below me. I hurried down the trail for a better look. There was a narrow ledge nearby, and I leaped onto it. However, the rocky surface crumbled beneath me. The fall seemed endless, and I braced for intense pain. Fortunately, I landed on a softer patch of dirt, having fallen only about 20 feet. Winded but mostly uninjured, I caught my breath and remembered why I had come down in the first place. As I tried to stand, I realized my left foot was wedged between 2 large rocks. It took considerable effort, but I managed to free myself. Once on my feet, I searched for the person I had seen. Not far away, I spotted a woman lying almost completely still. Carefully, I made my way down to her. At first, she seemed lifeless, but then her lips moved faintly. Kneeling beside her, I gently asked her name. Her eyes fluttered open, and she gave a faint smile. "I thought you weren't going to make it when I saw that ledge collapse," she rasped. "I'm sorry, but do you have water?" I quickly retrieved my water bottle from my pack. Though dented, it remained intact. Tilting it carefully, I let her drink small sips, knowing too much at once could make her sick. As she regained some strength, she briefly explained how she had ended up there. Her injuries were serious, and I knew she needed medical attention urgently. Reassuring her of my plan, I covered her with a fleece jacket from my pack and began the grueling climb back up. The ascent was far more challenging than the descent. My back throbbed, and my knees protested every step. Jogging was out of the question, so I maintained the fastest pace I could manage. By the time I reached the visitor center, it was around 2 p.m. The ranger wasted no time assembling a rescue team. An ambulance later took us both to the hospital, where I spent the night. Around 8 p.m., I saw hospital staff wheeling her in. She was rushed into surgery, and the wait for news felt unbearable. Hours later, I was relieved to hear she was stable. Despite a punctured lung, a concussion, and several broken bones, she was expected to make a full recovery. Her name, I learned, was Sarah. In time, she reunited with her family and went on to build a life filled with love and joy. The last I heard, she was living in Oregon with her husband and 2 children. As for me, my journey toward healing continued. But I am forever grateful that I could be there for her during one of the darkest moments of her life. My childhood was far from stable. After my parents separated, my mother got involved in a series of poor relationships. She even allowed some of these men to live with us. When I was 15, she married a man named Greg, whom she had met at the diner where she worked. Greg was unpleasant and tried unsuccessfully to take my father's place. Although my mother did her best to keep my dad and me apart, I knew he cared about me. Before the divorce, my dad and I often went fishing, camping, and hiking together. Those outings gave me a lifelong love for the outdoors. This connection to nature made my decision to live in the woods almost inevitable. By the time I turned 18, I couldn't handle Greg's behavior anymore. Despite not working regularly, he expected me to wake up at 7 a.m. every day, while he only worked a few days a week. I had been saving money since my sophomore year, determined to leave home. To speed things up, I quit high school during my senior year to earn my GED. My dad wasn't happy but eventually agreed, understanding my reasons. On my days off from work, I liked sleeping in, but Greg wouldn't have it. One particularly bad day, Greg came home angry and stormed into my room, yelling for me to get up. When he seemed ready to hit me, I defended myself, shoving him hard enough to knock him over. I knew this would escalate, so I quickly packed a bag and left, with no plan or transportation. I wandered aimlessly until dusk when I found a patch of woods near the outskirts of town. I set up a small camp, made a fire, and fashioned a bed out of clothes and leaves. Surprisingly, that first night wasn't as uncomfortable as I expected, though I had no plans to stay there long. I figured I'd find an empty building to stay in temporarily, but most abandoned spots had tight security. The only unsecured building I found was controlled by a group of people who used it as a hangout and shooting range. It felt worse than living with Greg. After a week of moving around, I decided to stick to my forest camp. Sleeping directly on the ground wasn't sustainable, so after work one day, I bought a sleeping bag. It was a small investment that drastically improved my nights. I also built a simple shelter using a tarp and lined it with foil to reflect heat from the fire, which helped during colder nights. For hygiene, I used public restrooms and laundromats, sometimes staying overnight to wash my clothes. While my coworkers occasionally commented on my appearance, they didn't press the issue. Eventually, I found a river near my camp where I could bathe. Despite the challenges, I managed to hold on to my job, though the situation wasn't ideal. My camp was near some railroad tracks, which brought occasional visitors. About half a mile away, across the tracks, was a transient camp. I discovered it by chance and used the tracks as a quiet route to avoid police attention on busier roads. One evening, as I returned to my camp, I noticed a fire flickering through the trees. Curious, I approached and found 3 older men gathered around it. After some hesitation, I called out, and they invited me to join them. At first, I just listened to their stories, but eventually, I shared my own. I introduced myself as Matt and said I lived nearby. We talked for hours about life on the move. That night, I tried fortified wine for the first time, a taste I didn't mind but wouldn't recommend. As fall approached and the nights grew colder, I spent more evenings with the regulars from the transient camp. Most were friendly, but one man, an older newcomer named Joe, became aggressive when drunk. One night, Joe attacked me without warning. The others stepped in, giving me enough time to escape. After that, I avoided unfamiliar faces. This worked until someone I trusted turned on me. A young guy named Ryan, about my age, showed up at my camp one evening. He seemed friendly and we quickly bonded. Over the next few days, we spent time talking and sharing stories around the fire. Things were fine until payday, when I let slip that I had some money saved. That night, Ryan cornered me asking to borrow cash. When I refused, he pulled out a knife. Terrified, I lied, claiming I was broke. He didn't believe me, and his expression darkened. Fearing for my life, I turned to run. He managed to cut my arm, but the injury wasn't serious. As I stumbled up the hill, I saw Ryan collapse. Tom, one of the regulars, had been watching and stepped in, wielding an axe handle. He warned Ryan to leave and Ryan fled. Grateful but shaken, I spent a few more nights at the transient camp before deciding I'd had enough. The next weekend, I searched for apartments and moved into a small one by Sunday night. A few months later, I found a better, more permanent place where I stayed for 3 years. Looking back, I often think about Tom and the others. They weren't what most people would expect from transient life, but even with good company, living rough is not something I'd recommend. Last summer, right after the local travel restrictions were lifted, my partner and I decided to go on a hike in a nearby national park. Hiking had been a favorite activity of ours before we got married, and I was excited to revisit it. Our plan was to hike to a specific mountain lake, camp there overnight, and then return the following day. The weather was perfect, sunny and warm, with dry trails. For most of the morning, we had the path to ourselves. Around midday, we stopped for a break at a designated campsite about halfway to the lake. Another couple was already sitting at one of the wooden picnic tables. We asked if we could join them, and soon we were all chatting about our plans and past hiking experiences. The couple told us they were newlyweds on their honeymoon, which thrilled my wife. She loves love stories and enjoyed hearing how they met. She also shared some sentimental bits about our relationship, though I can't recall all the details. After about 2 hours of pleasant conversation, we said our goodbyes and resumed our trek. We reached the lake just before sunset. While my wife prepared a simple dinner and set up the tent, I got a fire going. We spent the evening around the fire, roasting marshmallows and enjoying the quiet of the wilderness. By 10 p.m., we were ready to call it a night. The next morning, I woke up just before sunrise and restarted the fire to prepare breakfast. After eating, we packed up our gear, made sure the fire was fully extinguished, and began the hike back to our car. By mid-morning, we reached the halfway point but decided to keep moving instead of stopping. About an hour later, we unexpectedly ran into the husband from the couple we had met the day before. Oddly, his wife wasn't with him. My wife asked where she was, and he explained with a nervous tone that she had fallen ill the previous evening and had decided to head home early. He said she had insisted he finish the trip without her. Something about his demeanor felt off. He seemed unable to meet our eyes and looked anxious. Still, we had no reason to question his story. As we were talking, another group of hikers approached, and the man excused himself to speak with them. My wife seemed hesitant to leave, but I reminded her we had commitments later that day, and we needed to keep moving. Reluctantly, she agreed. We reached the parking lot shortly after noon. It was busier than when we had arrived the previous day, with several groups chatting and a ranger truck pulling in. We didn't think much of it at the time and headed home. It wasn't until the next morning, during breakfast, that everything took a strange turn. I had just turned on the news when a report about a female hiker's death caught my attention. As her photo appeared on the screen, I froze, my coffee nearly slipping from my hand. It was the woman we had met at the picnic table. I called my wife over and pointed to the TV. She gasped in recognition. The report said the couple had been at a scenic overlook, a place we'd been to on a previous trip. According to the story, they were watching the sunrise when the wife slipped and fell hundreds of feet to her death. While it sounded plausible, something about it didn't sit right with me. Why hadn't the husband mentioned this to us when we saw him later that morning? And why claim she was sick and had gone home? His behavior seemed strange in hindsight. We talked it over for hours, and the more we thought about it, the more suspicious it felt. My wife and I eventually decided to call the local authorities. We told a deputy everything we knew. He thanked us and said someone might follow up with us. But nearly a year has passed, and we've heard nothing. Now, I'm left wondering if we did the right thing or if we should try harder to pursue this. My wife and I can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. Could a crime have occurred? Or are we overthinking what might just be a tragic accident? Should I leave it to the authorities? Or is it worth following up again? Danger still lingers as this story is not yet fully resolved. Most of what I'm about to share occurred roughly 11 years ago. It was around 2010, and I was living with my parents after moving to a new area when I was 12. Not long after settling in, I discovered a wooded area across the road from our house. It became my escape from the bullying at school and the constant conflict at home. This neighborhood didn't have many kids, and the ones who were around were older than me, which only made me feel more isolated. I spent most of my free time alone. One day, curiosity pulled me into the woods, and I quickly realized there was no one else there. That solitude gave me a sense of peace I hadn't felt in ages. While exploring, I found a cluster of pine trees forming a secluded little space. I claimed it as my secret hideout. I began spending more and more time there. One night, I even fell asleep and stayed until morning. I expected my parents to be worried, but they never even noticed I was gone. After that, I started camping out there regularly. At first, I didn't bring much with me, but I soon realized I needed proper supplies. Since I couldn't ask my parents for money, I decided to earn it myself. I began offering yard work to neighbors, mostly mowing lawns. I had never used a lawnmower before, and the bigger challenge was borrowing one. I snuck out my dad's mower but got caught and punished for it. By then, I'd saved enough to buy a second-hand mower of my own. Once I'd made back some of the money, I biked several miles to a discount store and bought a basic camping set. Excited to try out my gear, I skipped an entire week of school to stay in my hideout. It became an obsession, my escape and the only place where I felt truly safe and happy. For the next few years, I only attended school enough to stay out of trouble and spent every free moment in the woods. The area began to feel like my own private domain, and anyone who wandered in felt like an invader. One day, while heading to the creek to fetch water, I noticed a camper parked near a rarely used road across the stream. Two men were moving in and out of it. They didn't see me, but when I returned later, they were still there, drinking and shooting guns. A stray bullet hit the water near me, and I decided I'd had enough. I ran home and called the local police, claiming I'd stumbled upon the men and that they'd threatened me with their guns. The next morning, a news report aired about a major drug bust. Acting on an anonymous tip, authorities had discovered a mobile meth lab in the camper and arrested the two men. They were held without bail. I felt proud but also deeply uneasy. A few months later, I received a chilling anonymous letter saying, "You've made a big mistake, kid." At first, I thought it was a prank, but when more letters arrived, this time threatening me directly, I was terrified. I couldn't understand how they'd identified me. The threats continued until their sentencing day. Both men, who had extensive criminal records, were sentenced to 20 years in prison. After that, the letters stopped. Gradually, I began to believe the threats were just scare tactics. Life moved on, and I tried to leave the incident behind. But last week, a new letter appeared in my mailbox at my apartment. It read, "Get ready to say goodbye. Your time is almost up." My heart sank. My girlfriend saw it and was alarmed, but I brushed it off as a joke, unwilling to explain the truth. Now, the shadows of my past have come back to haunt me. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, afraid they might harm my girlfriend or our baby. I've considered going to the police, but without evidence, I doubt they can help. So, I'm sharing this anonymously online, hoping to find solace in the anonymity of the internet. All I can do now is warn others to think carefully about their actions, even as kids. Please keep me and my family in your thoughts. In the early summer of 2019, I embarked on a long-awaited camping trip to the eastern part of the country. This journey, which I had been planning for nearly 2 years, would be my first time camping while incorporating shooting practice. The drive to my destination was pleasant, offering a fresh perspective on the landscapes of that part of the nation. When I arrived, I parked my SUV and informed a trusted acquaintance that I had made it safely. Together, we went over my itinerary one last time before I set off for my campsite. The first day passed uneventfully. The weather was mild, and I spent the evening enjoying the stars by the campfire. The sense of freedom was exhilarating compared to the structured routine I was accustomed to back home. The second day was just as peaceful. I strolled leisurely, taking in the surrounding wildlife. Around 2 p.m., I reached the location I had planned to camp at. A quick survey confirmed it was an ideal spot. I pitched my tent and prepared a simple lunch. After eating, I felt drowsy but decided to focus on the main reason for my trip: target practice. Roughly 150 yards from my campsite, I found a dry riverbed that seemed like a safe place to shoot. I set up some metal targets and began practicing. The joy I felt was unmatched, as though I had stepped into the shoes of adventurers from centuries past. After finishing a box of ammunition and reloading my rifle, I heard gunshots echoing from different directions in the hills. Curious and a bit uneasy, I decided to investigate. The shots seemed to come from various locations, which made me apprehensive. Deciding it was best to return to camp, I made my way back, realizing I might not be welcome in the area. To this day, I still question whether returning was the right choice. Back at camp, I began thinking about dinner. The gunfire had stopped shortly after I returned, so I assumed the other shooters had moved on and the rest of the evening would be uneventful. I spent about an hour cleaning my firearms, then relaxed by the fire. Feeling sleepy, I opted for a light meal of crackers and cheese instead of cooking. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I turned in for the night. In the quiet of the early hours, a strange noise woke me. I sat up and peered outside my tent but saw nothing. Thinking it was my imagination, I lay back down. Just as I was drifting off, a terrifying scream shattered the silence. The sound was more chilling than anything I had ever heard. It was soon followed by a woman's desperate cries for help. Paralyzed with fear, I wrestled with my options. Part of me wanted to grab my rifle and rush out, but common sense told me it was too dangerous. I stayed put as another scream and a single gunshot echoed through the night. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, filled with dread, waiting for the first light of dawn. When morning came, the sense of liberation and adventure I had felt earlier was gone. I quickly packed up my belongings and left the area, retracing my route in record time. A journey that had taken over a day to complete before was now finished in under 10 hours. Relief washed over me as I reached safety, but it didn't last long. Guilt began to creep in. I had heard someone being attacked and done nothing to help. The entire drive home, I oscillated between self-reproach and rationalization. One moment, I felt like a coward. The next, I told myself I was outnumbered and powerless. Both feelings were true. Months later, I learned that I had unknowingly camped near the hideout of a criminal gang. Earlier that day, they had gathered in the area to fire illegal weapons and had abducted a female hiker. After hours of torment, they released her into the wilderness, only to shoot her as she fled. Miraculously, she survived, managed to reach a nearby road, and found help. She spent a week in the hospital before being discharged. Authorities eventually apprehended the gang. Most of them accepted plea deals, resulting in lengthy prison sentences. Although I was relieved to hear that the woman survived, the what-ifs still haunt me. I never reported the incident, choosing instead to share my story anonymously. If you think less of me after reading this, I understand. My purpose in sharing is not to seek judgment, but to offer insight. For those who avoid getting involved, I now realize that the guilt of inaction can outweigh the fear of potential consequences. We share this world, and if we can help someone in need, we should. You might be the only hope for someone in their darkest moment. Growing up in Houston, camping wasn't exactly my idea of fun. Why wander into the wild and deal with bugs? The whole notion seemed ridiculous. It wasn't until college that I discovered how enjoyable it could be. During my years at East Texas State University, I transformed from a city enthusiast into someone who could almost pass for a survivalist. However, an incident happened that forever changed my love for nature. As mentioned, the great outdoors and I weren't on the best terms. Before moving to Huntsville for college, I'd constantly walk into spiderwebs, and mosquitoes seemed to treat me like a buffet. By chance, I ended up sharing a dorm room with a guy from Lufkin who grew up surrounded by woods. Some of his friends from back home also attended East Texas State, and they often camped around the state. When spring break rolled around, they invited me to Lake Livingston. Livingston is a well-known spot in the area, famous for its fishing and scenic beauty. I wasn't particularly excited about staying in Houston, and I didn't know anyone going to the beach, so I figured, why not? Having no prior camping experience, I depended on my new friend's advice. I borrowed, bartered, or made do with everything I needed except bug spray. On that front, I splurged and carried a whole can of Deep Woods off. To my surprise, something incredible happened on that trip. Protected from the bugs, I could finally focus on the experience. When I caught my first fish, I was hooked. The rest of the trip was spent soaking up all I could about the outdoors. From that point on, I joined every outing for the next 2 years. The following summer, I even got to see the Gulf of Mexico for the first time. When not in class or resting, I explored Huntsville's trails and parks. Despite being a college town, it still had a cozy, small-town vibe. I became so familiar with the area that there wasn't a tree or animal track I couldn't identify. During warmer months, I honed my skills at Lake Conroe. Before long, my city friends barely recognized me, but I didn't care. I had found something I truly loved. Even now, I try to stay connected to nature, though it's not the same. During my final year's spring break, many of my camping buddies had either transferred or dropped out. Only a couple were still around, but we'd lost touch. Determined to keep the tradition alive, I planned a solo trip to a renowned national forest in East Texas. I won't name it here because I wouldn't want to discourage anyone from visiting. It's a stunning place, even though strange things can sometimes happen there. I'd heard warnings about overly eager hunters, but this trip wasn't during hunting season, so I wasn't too concerned. After double-checking my gear, I drove over 3 hours in my old SUV and reached my campsite around 4 p.m. I set up camp exactly the way I liked and decided to explore before dinner. That's when I first felt it, that uneasy sensation of being watched. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling lingered. Cutting my hike short, I returned to camp. While bears weren't known to inhabit the area, stories of campers meeting tragic ends still weighed on my mind. The first night passed uneventfully, and the next morning was breathtaking. The air was so crisp and fresh that I couldn't help but feel invigorated. After a quick breakfast, though I can't recall what it was, I packed some essentials into a day pack and hit the trail. The woods were serene, with only the occasional snap of twigs or rustle of leaves. Around mid-morning, I stopped for a break. As my small stove heated water, I leaned against a pine tree and must have dozed off. A mosquito's bite startled me awake, and as I swatted it away, I noticed a brief flash in the distance. It was so quick I wasn't sure if I'd imagined it. Moments later, a crow cawed loudly, confirming I wasn't alone. While I wasn't scared yet, the experience was unsettling. I continued hiking, but it became clear that someone, or something, was following me. The sounds of rustling leaves grew closer, and a strange, pungent smell filled the air. Suddenly, the forest fell silent. Ignoring my instincts to retreat, I moved toward the source of the smell. Within moments, a burst of dirt and pine needles erupted beside me, accompanied by a deafening crack. Someone was shooting at me. Terrified, I dropped to the ground and shouted, hoping they'd realize their mistake. No response. Paralyzed with fear, I stayed still as the forest sounds gradually returned. Believing the danger had passed, I got up and brushed myself off. The smell lingered, and against better judgment, I followed it again. Another burst of gunfire forced me to bolt in the opposite direction. Shots rang out behind me as I ran, praying for safety. By the time I reached camp, I was exhausted but alive. I hastily packed up and left, not even fully extinguishing my campfire. A reckless mistake I'd normally never make. On the drive home, guilt gnawed at me. What if another camper stumbled into the same danger? Unable to bear the thought, I stopped at a small-town police station about 20 miles away and filed a report. The officer seemed unsurprised, suggesting it was likely an overzealous hunter. But that explanation didn't sit right with me. If it were a hunter, why hadn't the shooting stopped when I called out? The officer assured me they'd investigate, though I doubted they'd find anything. I had no intention of returning to that forest. Back home, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief, even kissing the ground outside my apartment. Years later, I came across a story online about a hiker who stumbled upon a hidden marijuana field guarded by armed men. Though I dismissed it as far-fetched, it planted a seed of doubt. Whether the story was true or not, it solidified my decision to stay out of the woods. Life now is much like it was before college, busy, urban, and safe. Though I sometimes yearn for the wild, I know I'll never view it the same way again. For me, the woods remain a beautiful memory, one I'll cherish but no longer revisit. The northeastern part of the United States holds many stories, most of which are rarely spoken of. People in this area tend to stay quiet about it, but there's an undeniable sense of discomfort surrounding the forests. At times, they can feel almost unwelcoming. If anyone has experienced anything similar to what I'm about to share, I would appreciate hearing about it. This took place around 9 years ago on a bright afternoon. I was out walking my dog along a secluded dirt trail not far from my home, a route we had traveled countless times before. Without warning, I heard a strange bird call coming from somewhere in the woods nearby. As I continued walking, the same call echoed again, always staying just out of sight. The call unsettled me because it was unfamiliar, and I desperately wanted to see the bird to figure out what it was. However, no matter how hard I searched or how carefully I examined the trees and brush, I never saw a single movement. The bird's call seemed to move from place to place, as if teasing me. Eventually, I reached a small wooden bridge that crossed a narrow creek and decided to turn around and head back. This part of the road was mostly empty, with only the ruins of an old factory and a decaying, abandoned house from long ago lining the path. As I walked back, the calls kept coming, increasing in frequency to a maddening level. Eventually, I grew frustrated and stepped off the road, determined to find this bird. But every time I moved a few steps into the forest, the sound seemed to move farther away. I found myself around 25 feet into the woods before something broke my concentration, as though I had snapped out of a strange trance. The quiet around me became overwhelming. I wondered why I had even bothered following this bird's call. The only sound left was that eerie call, now so close that it made my skin crawl. How could a bird be moving so quickly without leaving any sign of its presence? My curiosity shifted into a feeling of unease, as if I had made a terrible mistake. My instincts told me to turn back, so I did, walking back to the road and continuing on my way. Yet those calls seemed to follow me until I reached a safe distance from the old house. A few times afterward, I tried walking the same path with my dog, but each time, I'd hear those calls again, as if something unseen was watching me, laughing silently. Oddly, my dog never seemed bothered by it, so perhaps it was all in my head. Still, even after all these years, I can't quite describe that sound. But something tells me that if I ever hear it again, I would recognize it instantly. I've spent countless hours online, trying to match the call with others I've found, but I've never heard anything like it. This happened to me last year during the lockdown. I had a strange encounter with a creature, and I'll never forget it. It was around June, just after school had ended, and I was 18 at the time. It was late May or early June, and my friends and I had finished all our school assignments. If you didn't have any work left, you didn't need to attend school. So we had a lot of free time, and fishing was one of our favorite things to do, as it was one of the few activities allowed. Every morning at around 6 a.m., a group of 6 of us would meet up and head out to fish. We all lived close to each other, so one of us would pick up the others, and we'd drive to this big pond nearby where we fished for trout and bass. The convenience was perfect since there was a bait shop just a few minutes away. On the last day of school, we decided to try a new location. We used an app to find well-known fishing spots in the area and came across one that seemed promising for trout fishing. The spot even had rainbow and brook trout and occasionally brown trout. It was about a 30-minute drive, so we figured we'd give it a try. My friend Lucas drove us there, and when we arrived, we had to hike about 4 miles to get to the different fishing spots. We reached our destination around 6:30 a.m., unpacked, and began the hike. I brought my fly rod for the shallower areas where the trout were likely to be and a regular rod for the deeper spots. After about 10 minutes of hiking, we arrived at our first fishing spot, which could only fit 3 people at a time. I went with my friends Ben and Chris, while the others, Nathan, Lucas, and Sam, went to a different location. We agreed to meet up at noon at the trail's starting point. We found a perfect spot next to a creek, and there were some rainbow trout visible, which made it ideal for fly fishing. Ben moved a bit further away to try fishing in a hole with a larger trout and some sunfish. I kept getting bites, but none of them were landing. Around 20 minutes later, I heard a noise nearby. At first, I thought it was Ben and Chris fooling around trying to catch their trout, but the noise kept getting louder, catching their attention too. It didn't sound like a deer. It was deeper, almost like a bear. We decided to move on to a different spot. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ben suddenly stopped and said he heard someone talking. We stopped and listened. It sounded like someone or something was speaking quietly, but it quickly became louder. Soon, I heard what sounded like my friend Lucas calling, "Hey, come here. Nathan got hurt." But it sounded strange, like it was raspy and unnatural. We called Lucas's phone to check where they were. He answered and told us they were at a spot about 20 minutes away, fishing for smallmouth bass. I hung up the phone and looked back toward the spot where we had heard the voice, and that's when we heard a deep growl. We messaged Lucas telling him to stay put, and we'd come to him. About 5 minutes later, we heard the voice again, but this time it sounded like Sam's voice, saying, "Hey, Nathan twisted his ankle. He needs help." We knew it wasn't Sam, so we kept walking. When we finally met up with the others, we told them everything that had happened. Without wasting any time, we left the mountain and headed home. Later, we talked about what could have happened, but none of us could come up with a clear answer. If anyone has any thoughts or theories, I'd love to hear them. A few years ago, in the vast desert of New Mexico, I worked at a summer retreat, exploring trails, camping, and discovering hidden spots whenever I could. I was based at a resort near the dry, expansive wilderness, which was dotted with remote canyons and old, crumbled ruins. One late afternoon, after walking through several untouched beaches and massive natural pools, I began my drive back to the staff housing the resort provided. Without tourists, the land around the resort was mainly barren desert, with a few scattered bushes and occasional ranches. On my drive back, I saw some flickering lights off to my right in the distance. At first, I thought they were campfires, but since fires were prohibited at that time of year due to dry conditions, I became curious. I pulled over to investigate. These quiet roads were completely dark at night, with no streetlights for miles. I turned off the engine and watched the lights from a distance. I'd always been fascinated by Native American legends about spirits in the desert, so I felt more intrigued than afraid. But as I stared at the lights, they began to move. I felt a strange compulsion to investigate. Crossing to the other side of the road, I got closer and noticed the eerie silence. No voices, no laughter, no usual camp sounds. The lights hovered just above the ground. Suddenly, I thought of ghost lights and heard an inner warning, "Don't follow them." Yet, my feet moved on their own, kicking up dust as I walked toward the lights, my mind sharp but my body acting as if something else was in control. The lights seemed to sense me and moved farther into the desert. Eventually, I reached an open area in the brush where it felt like an old home once stood. The air was warm and strangely soothing, but as soon as the lights disappeared, a cold chill rushed in, and the wind picked up. Though I knew desert nights could get chilly, this felt different, like something unseen was watching me. I scanned the area and spotted a faint trail, which I assumed was my way out. Just as I was about to leave, the lights returned, lingering as if waiting for me to go. I quietly apologized for disturbing them and promised not to return unless invited. The lights flickered again, not exactly inviting, so I hurried back to my car. But when I reached it, something tapped on my window, as if urging me to stay. I turned and saw shadows around a campfire, though I knew no one else was out there. It felt like I was in the presence of spirits who just wanted peace. With a prayer, I drove away. The next day, I convinced a few friends to come back with me. We found only remnants of an old structure and broken pottery scattered across the ground. The uneasy feeling returned, as though we were trespassing on sacred land. So we left. As we walked away, the wind picked up, and I could have sworn I heard a faint thank you carried on the breeze. I've had many strange encounters around the area, often tied to the local folklore, but I've learned not to ask too many questions. I didn't want to become part of the stories myself. In 2016, a close friend of mine and I decided to explore a secluded area in the woods of southern New Zealand. We were out mainly for exercise and to spend some time outdoors. The hike up the hillside was uneventful, with only a few wallabies seen along the way. When we reached the top, the view was breathtaking, a perfect place to relax for a while. As the evening drew on, we turned on our flashlights and headlamps and began our cautious descent back down. The walk back down was calm at first, with only a few odd noises from restless animals. However, about 3/4 of the way down, we stopped to catch our breath. It was strange because we hadn't felt tired, even though we had taken several breaks earlier. Yet now we felt a deep, unexplained fatigue. Then we noticed something odd. There was complete silence. Normally, the forest would be full of the usual night sounds, but now there was nothing. No insects, no animals, not even the usual rustling of leaves. The woods had fallen entirely silent. Growing uneasy, we quickened our pace. When we reached the bottom of the trail, the sounds of the night returned, like flipping a switch. We continued walking, chatting casually, and stepping aside for the occasional passing car. But after another kilometer or so, the ambient sounds faded again, and instead we began hearing strange noises. At this point, exhaustion was settling in, but my adrenaline spiked when I realized that the eerie silence was back. Then we heard it, a deep, raspy roar coming from the trees to the right of the road. It didn't sound like anything human. As we got closer, we heard loud crashing noises followed by a horrible animal scream, which was suddenly cut off. We had already turned off our lights and were creeping along the road, but curiosity led us to shine our flashlights in the direction of the sounds. What we saw next made my heart race, and if my friend hadn't been there, I would have bolted back to town without a second thought. Despite trying to stay calm, we both froze, holding onto our knives, staring at what was in front of us. The creature was watching us with intense eyes filled with hunger. In its jaws, it held a wallaby nearly fully grown, though it was barely recognizable, gutted while still alive. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but for some reason, I stayed still. For what felt like an eternity, the creature watched us as if deciding whether to leave its kill for us. Finally, it crouched and gave a low growl before slowly backing up. Then, with a sudden leap, it jumped about 5 meters up a rock face behind it and climbed higher, letting out the same unsettling growl as it disappeared from view. The creature was enormous, covered in grayish-white fur, and could stand on 2 legs when it chose. Its jaw was twisted, powerful, and its claws looked almost human, like they could grasp. But the most terrifying part was its eyes, full of nothing but hunger and malice. In November last year, my partner and I settled into our camper van and kicked off our travels by visiting family in eastern New Mexico. After that, we went to a music festival in Arizona. Once the festival ended, we stayed in Phoenix for a while to explore the mineral show before planning our route northward, passing through Sedona and heading to the Grand Canyon. On our way, we found a peaceful, isolated camping spot in Tonto National Forest, tucked along a small Forest Service road. There were only 2 campsites, one already occupied by a man and his young child, who we guessed were spending their day in a nearby town before returning to their trailer. We managed to claim the other spot, which was an amazing hilltop site with a level surface, offering sweeping views of the surrounding mountains, a ranch fence, and the vast natural landscape. Cattle wandered freely, adding to the beauty of the view. The area was quiet and remote, making it ideal for stargazing, something we loved. We were early to bed, waking at sunrise with a quick bathroom break in the night. That night, when we stepped out of the van, we were amazed by how bright the stars were. The view was so incredible that we decided to stay another night just to take it in again. The next day, we spent time listening to music and soaking in the beauty of the land. I kept noticing a flickering light on a ridge far off, which I mentioned to my partner, but he didn't see it. I thought little of it until the light flashed again several times, making me wonder if someone was signaling for help. However, the light moved too fast for it to be a person on foot. That evening, after dinner, we watched the sunset and went back inside around 11 p.m. A while later, we stepped back out to gaze at the stars, and almost immediately, I noticed a bright light that was very close. I asked my partner if it could be the North Star. We watched it drift and move erratically, almost like a hummingbird, shifting colors between yellow, red, and blue. I wasn't too surprised, as I'd seen similar lights near Marfa, but this movement was different. Then, the light started changing to vivid purples, blues, and hints of magenta, creating a soothing display. It began moving closer, flashing greens, pinks, and deep blues, until it hovered just beyond a large juniper tree. My heart skipped a beat as I realized how close it was, almost as if it were observing us, like a curious child peeking around the tree. Suddenly, a wave of fear hit me at how close it had come, and I felt like it was asking a question I wasn't prepared to answer. I might have made a noise or moved back, and the light responded by lowering toward the ground and pulsing red, which made me feel uneasy. In a panic, we rushed back into the van and locked the doors. The windows were covered with insulating foil so we couldn't see outside, and at that moment I didn't want to look. I was terrified, struggling to breathe. After a while, curiosity got the better of us and we decided to check again. When we peeked outside, everything seemed normal, which gave us some relief but also made me wonder if I had imagined the whole thing. I glanced to my left, beyond the ranch fence, and saw several more lights moving in soft greens and blues, which were farther away, helping to calm my nerves. But when I looked back at the ridge I had noticed earlier, I thought I saw a larger figure moving in the darkness. I dismissed it, only to be startled by a sudden bright light illuminating the valley below. But this wasn't just any light. It looked like a large robotic figure shining a beam down to the spot where we had seen the colored lights. It flashed a few times and then disappeared, along with the other lights. We didn't think to capture the moment on our phones, but the experience left a lasting impression. When we looked at photos we had taken during the trip, we later noticed some strange things we hadn't seen at the time. On the Blue Ridge Trail, my father, let's call him Jack, and I had planned to meet my cousin, Leo, and my uncle, Tom, for a weekend camping and hiking trip along a section of the Blue Ridge Trail near Asheville, North Carolina. The drive would take almost 8 hours, so Jack and I decided to leave by 7 a.m. to ensure we had enough daylight for a good hike. Now, a bit of background, my dad is great, but being on time is not his strong suit. He always has amusing reasons for being late, though he gets a bit defensive if you don't laugh along. This time, he didn't show up until nearly 10 a.m., honking the horn instead of coming to the door. I was beyond irritated. Nothing frustrates me more than someone honking loudly instead of knocking politely. I barely said a word to him on the drive, and he knew I was upset, but he kept making jokes to lighten the mood, even though he hadn't called ahead to let me know he'd be late. We made a few stops for snacks along the way, and he'd light a cigarette each time we got back in the car, even though he knew I hated the smell of smoke. Around noon, when we were supposed to meet Leo and Uncle Tom, I got a message asking where we were. I told them that Dad's delay would make us arrive around 6 p.m. They weren't happy either. By the time we reached the trailhead, the sky was already turning a shade of orange. We had planned to take a loop trail, coming back to the cars after the weekend. As soon as we parked, a light rain began. We should have been much farther down the trail by then, but we were still at the trailhead with Leo and Uncle Tom grumbling about the delay, while Jack took his time gathering his gear. Finally, we set off using headlamps since it had gotten dark under the thick tree cover. For anyone who's never hiked in the dark woods, headlamps don't do much. You can barely see 10 feet in front of you, and the steady rain that started an hour later only made it worse. Spirits were low, and Leo suggested we sing to boost our morale and possibly scare away any wildlife. As we crossed a creek, Leo tripped and broke his watch, a reward from his company. At that point, all we wanted was to find a spot to set up camp. We needed to reach a designated area with ropes to hoist our food out of the reach of bears. After trudging along, we found a spot, and I'd lost track of time, but I guessed it was close to midnight. We set up our hammocks along a small slope off the trail and wished each other good night, settling in for the night. I was just beginning to fall asleep when I suddenly woke up, feeling an intense sensation of being watched. I told myself it was probably just nerves from being in a new place, and since no one else was awake and the usual forest sounds were there, I tried to ignore it. Just as I was about to drift off again, I heard a soft voice, a woman's voice, whispering right by my ear, calling my name and saying, "Come with me." The voice had a strange, almost unnatural quality to it, like it was right next to me, but I couldn't feel any breath. I immediately turned on my headlamp and scanned the area, but I saw nothing. The usual sounds of the forest had stopped completely. I gripped my knife tightly, holding it across my chest and staying alert. For what felt like ages, the voice whispered my name again, each time closer and more clearly, but I couldn't see anyone. No footsteps, no rustling leaves, no movement, just the same eerie voice repeating its invitation. With every whisper, I felt my skin prickle and I couldn't sleep. I stayed wide awake until eventually, the usual forest sounds returned. I had always believed in strange things, but this was something I had never experienced before. My family is skeptical about the supernatural, but the next day, I confided in Uncle Tom to see if he had heard anything. He looked at me, visibly shaken, but didn't say anything. We still had 2 more nights on the trail, but thankfully, we managed to start earlier the next day and set up our hammocks in a tighter circle. That night, the strange voice didn't come back, and neither did it the 3rd night. After a tough hike back to the cars, we were ready to leave that eerie experience behind. It was definitely one of the strangest, most unsettling nights I've ever had. It was my buddy Jake's birthday, and we had been planning this camping trip for weeks. Everyone was excited about spending a weekend outdoors. There were 5 of us in total, 2 girls and 3 guys. We packed our gear, loaded up the car, and set off for the campground. The scenery was breathtaking, with towering green trees and a sky so clear it seemed endless. The sun warmed us as we set up our tents. Later, we gathered around a fire, cooked dinner, and shared jokes and eerie stories as the night crept on. None of us could have imagined the real-life terror that was waiting for us. The next day, we decided to go on a hike. Following a trail, we admired the serene forest, listening to the cheerful chirping of birds. We joked and laughed, enjoying the peacefulness and each other's company. When we got back to camp, something felt wrong. My utility knife was missing. One of my friends suggested I might have lost it during the hike, but I was sure I'd left it in my bag, zipped up inside my tent. "Are you absolutely sure you didn't drop it somewhere?" Jake asked, concern etched on his face. "I'm positive," I said firmly. I checked before we left. Despite the unsettling discovery, everyone decided to stay another night. I couldn't shake the eerie feeling of being watched, though my friends insisted it was all in my head. I wanted to leave, but they outvoted me. The next morning, I tried to brush off my unease. We spent the day hiking again, laughing and enjoying ourselves. By the time we returned to camp that evening, Jake noticed something terrible. The tires on his car had been slashed. We were stranded, miles from civilization, with no quick way out. The nearest highway was at least a 5-hour walk, where we might flag down a ride. There was another road nearby, a less traveled one, so we chose to take it, hoping for the best. We started walking along the gravel road, hoping a car would pass. But the road was empty, and as the sun began to dip below the horizon, we realized we were alone. Suddenly, I glanced back and noticed a figure behind us. We couldn't make out their face, but their stare was unmistakable. It was locked on us. Panic set in as we quickened our steps, but the person continued to follow. Fear gripped us, and Jake finally whispered, "We need to run." Grabbing my arm, he led the charge. We sprinted down the road, our hearts pounding. I stole a glance behind us and froze in terror. The person was holding my missing knife. We ran as fast as we could, the gravel crunching beneath our feet, until headlights appeared behind us. Frantically, we waved down the car, and the driver stopped to let us in. Breathing heavily, we explained the situation. The driver asked if we wanted to go back for our friend. "That's not our friend," we stammered, our voices shaking. "That person was chasing us. Felt like something from a nightmare." We never discovered who it was or why they followed us, but that experience left its mark. None of us ever went camping again. We didn't talk about it afterward, but the memory of that figure holding my knife has haunted me ever since. There was a remote trail I had been curious about for quite a while, and I finally decided to venture out. It was planned as a 3-day hike with 2 nights spent outdoors. I was thrilled about the chance to escape the noise of the city for a while. The first day went smoothly. I only encountered one person, a fellow hiker. We exchanged a brief nod before continuing on our separate ways. I reveled in the stunning landscapes and the tranquility that surrounded me. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I found a small clearing a short distance from the trail where I could set up camp. It was an official camping area, complete with a neatly built fire pit. After pitching my tent and enjoying a meal, I settled in for the night. I rarely sleep through the night in a tent and often wake up several times. During one of those moments, I noticed a shadow moving near my campsite. It was unmistakably a person. I stayed motionless, watching as the figure eventually walked away. My mind raced with questions about who it was and why they were there. Sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. The next morning, I packed up early, had a quick breakfast, and continued my hike, though I couldn't shake the unease from the night before. Around midday, I spotted someone on the trail ahead of me. I was about to call out, but they vanished into the trees. I froze, uncertain if it was safe to proceed. Could it be a trap? I called out, but there was no response. After hesitating, I gathered my courage and kept moving. As I passed the spot, someone suddenly leaped out from behind a tree. The man looked unkempt, his clothes filthy, and his gaze wild. I managed to fight him off and ran as fast as I could to safety, reporting the incident once I reached a secure area. Authorities sent a team to search, but they never found the man. To make matters worse, another hiker later reported a similar attack. Despite multiple searches, the man was never located, alive or dead. Even after leaving the trail, the fear lingered. The wilderness, once a place of beauty, became tainted by the memory of that encounter. I vowed never to camp alone again and avoided that trail entirely. As I resumed my regular routine, the memory of that hike stayed with me, haunting my thoughts. His wild eyes and ragged appearance were etched into my mind. Out of curiosity, I began looking into the trail and the incidents. I talked to other hikers who had experienced eerie encounters. Some had seen a man lurking in the shadows or vanishing into the underbrush. Others mentioned strange noises at night or missing belongings from their campsites. With so many similar stories, it was astonishing that the man had never been caught. It was as though he were a ghost, always present but rarely seen. I'm Rachel, and this happened last spring during a hiking trip I took to celebrate my birthday. I went on a camping trip with my cousins, Alex and Emily. We used to go every summer with our families, but now that we're older, it had been several years since our last adventure. This time, we chose to explore a secluded national forest a couple of hours from our hometown. It was known for its rugged terrain and solitude. The hike was a challenging 3-hour journey. As we ventured deeper into the woods, we didn't see another person the entire time. By the time we set up our campsite, the sun was already dipping below the horizon. We sat around the fire, toasting marshmallows and exchanging stories. The only sounds were the crackling flames and the distant hoots of an owl. It felt incredibly serene, as though the worries of daily life had vanished. That tranquility, however, was abruptly broken by an odd noise in the distance. It sounded like someone knocking on a tree. We all froze, glancing at each other nervously. "What was that?" Alex whispered, his voice barely audible. "Maybe it's a deer or something," I suggested, though I wasn't sure. After discussing it briefly, I volunteered to check it out since I had the most outdoor experience. I'd worked as a guide at a summer camp and had basic training in wildlife safety. Grabbing the brightest flashlight we had, I headed toward the source of the sound. I kept the light off initially, relying on the moonlight so as not to startle whatever might be there. As I crept closer, my pulse quickened. When I reached the area, I spotted a figure standing among the trees. It was hard to discern in the dim light, but it seemed to be a man with his back to me. I quickly ducked behind a tree, holding my breath. I waited what felt like an eternity before the figure finally moved deeper into the woods. Without wasting a second, I hurried back to our campsite, my heart pounding. "There's someone out there," I said, my voice trembling. "I saw a man in the woods. He didn't notice me, but he was definitely there." We exchanged fearful looks. "What should we do?" Emily asked, her voice shaky. Deciding to stay put for the night, we crawled into our tents. But sleep didn't come easily. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening intently to every noise outside. Several times, I heard faint footsteps circling our campsite. Too scared to move, I stayed still, convincing myself it had to be my imagination. But it felt so real, I was certain someone was out there. When dawn finally broke, I'd never felt such relief. Emerging from my tent, I walked around our site. It didn't take long to realize someone had indeed been there. Nothing was stolen, but fresh cigarette butts littered the ground, and none of us smoked. Worse still, there was a small burn mark on the fabric of one of the tents that hadn't been there before. Shaken, we quickly packed up and left. The entire trek out of the woods felt unnerving, as though unseen eyes were watching our every step. When we returned home, we reported what happened, but the authorities brushed it off, suggesting it was likely just other campers passing through. But I knew what I saw, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd encountered something far more sinister in those woods. A couple of years back, when I was 22, I lived in a charming part of the countryside. I'd prefer not to say the exact location, but it was a region rich with woods and forested landscapes. Growing up, I often ventured into the wilderness near my home for camping trips. I joined a local outdoor group as a kid, which taught me a lot about surviving in nature. By this time, I was out of school for a few years, but still kept in contact with many of my old friends. My two closest buddies were Jack and Sam, and they remain my best friends to this day. Jack had been in the same outdoor group as me and shared my love for exploring nature. Sam, on the other hand, was more of a city guy, but his humor and personality made him great company. We always tried to include him in our outdoor trips whenever possible. One weekend in late summer, around early September, before the trees started shedding their leaves, the three of us decided to go camping. The weather was still pleasant, so we didn't pack much. Just an old tent, a few blankets, and the basics. On Saturday morning, we piled into Jack's SUV and set off without a concrete plan. I'd camped in this area for years, so I was confident we could find a spot along the way, which added an element of adventure. By late morning, we stumbled upon an ideal campsite. It was close enough to a small road to drive in, although the path was rough, with roots and stones scattered everywhere. Luckily, Jack's vehicle had four-wheel drive, which made the ride manageable. Since Sam didn't enjoy sleeping on the ground, he decided to stay in the back seat of the SUV while Jack and I shared the tent. We spent a couple of hours setting up camp. I worked on pitching the tent, Sam gathered firewood, and Jack used some nearby materials to build a sturdy table with his impressive outdoor skills. Once everything was in place, we set off to explore the area. Around mid-afternoon, we began our hike. We didn't encounter much of note, although we discovered a hidden pond. Unfortunately, the shoreline was too swampy for us to approach closely. One thing that caught our attention, however, was a set of fresh footprints that none of us recognized. Since the area was secluded, we hadn't expected to run into anyone, though it wasn't impossible given that it was public land. When we returned to camp, an unsettling sight greeted us. Stuck firmly in the middle of Jack's makeshift table was a large hunting knife with a wooden handle wrapped in yellow tape. "Jack, is that your knife?" I asked, pointing to it. His expression answered before he could speak. He looked terrified. Someone had been at our camp while we were away, and it was clear their intentions weren't friendly. We decided instantly to leave. We jumped into Jack's SUV without even bothering to pack our belongings. But when Jack started the engine, we realized something was terribly wrong. The tires were completely flat. I stepped out to check and saw that they had been slashed, likely with the same knife we'd just seen. With no other option, we left the SUV behind and started running. It had taken us about 20 minutes to drive from the main road, so we estimated it would take close to an hour on foot. Fueled by adrenaline, we sprinted as fast as we could, occasionally glancing behind us but never spotting anyone following. Eventually, we reached the road, exhausted but relieved. A passing truck stopped when Sam flagged it down, and the driver kindly offered us a ride. As we climbed into the back, I felt a wave of relief until I glanced toward the woods. Standing at the tree line, half hidden by the shadows, was a hooded figure. I couldn't make out their face, but in their hand was a knife. It was the same knife we'd seen back at our camp. Photography has always been my greatest passion. For years, I had dreamed of pursuing it as my main career. A few years ago, I finally took the leap and left my steady job. At first, it was a scary decision because I wasn't certain I'd make enough money to get by. In the early months, I often struggled financially, but eventually, things improved. Looking back, I've never regretted that choice. One of the most fulfilling parts of my journey has been photographing the natural world. Scenery, wildlife, anything that inspires awe. Several times a year, I plan week-long adventures into remote wilderness areas to capture as many images as possible. By the end of these trips, I usually end up with thousands of photos, from which I can select a few hundred incredible ones. These pictures are how I make a living. I license them to companies, websites, and sometimes for movies or TV productions. During one of these excursions, something truly unforgettable happened. I had decided on a solo trek through a forested area in Montana, a region known for its stunning beauty. Reaching the spot wasn't simple. It required a challenging 3-day hike each way over rugged trails inaccessible by car. That was fine with me. I enjoy a good challenge. Besides, the difficulty in getting there meant fewer people had seen it, which made my photos more unique. As I made my way through the wilderness, I was blown away by the breathtaking sights. Around every bend, there was something new to marvel at. Rolling hills, cascading waterfalls, and even a majestic elk, the first I'd ever seen in the wild. By the time the sun began to set, I stopped to set up camp, my camera's first memory card already full of incredible shots. The following days were equally peaceful. The only sounds around me were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional calls of birds. It was an entirely isolated experience, with an almost eerie stillness. Few people ventured this far, and while I knew it might have been wiser to bring a hiking partner, none of my friends could take a week off to hike for 6 days straight. One evening, as dusk approached and I had already prepared my campsite, I wandered a bit nearby, hoping to capture a few more photos before nightfall. That's when I heard something unusual. Initially, I assumed it was a deer, but as I followed the noise, I realized it couldn't be. Deer are cautious, stepping lightly to avoid making noise and alerting predators. This sound was entirely different, a slow, deliberate shuffling, as though someone were dragging their feet. The noise grew louder as I moved closer. Peering through the thick brush, I saw something that froze me in place. A woman, perhaps in her late 50s, walking slowly through the woods. She was wearing an elegant white dress, high heels, and had her hair perfectly styled, as if she were headed to a fancy event. Her makeup was immaculate, and she carried a small white purse that matched her outfit. Strangely, she had no hiking gear or supplies. My first instinct should have been to approach her and offer help, but something felt off. She didn't appear lost or troubled. On the contrary, she seemed completely at ease, as though she belonged there. It's difficult to explain, but there was a calm, almost serene aura about her that kept me rooted to the spot. I stood there, watching her for what felt like an eternity, until she disappeared into the dense trees. The sound of her steps faded with her, swallowed by the forest. As the last light of the day vanished, I returned to my campsite, deeply unsettled. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat by the fire, stirring the embers, and replaying the encounter in my mind. Part of me expected her to come back, but she didn't. When morning arrived, I packed up my things and started the long trek back. My thoughts were consumed by questions. How had she gotten there? The journey required the same grueling 3-day hike I had taken. Walking that distance in high heels without food or water seemed impossible. I may never know what I witnessed or why I didn't step forward to speak to her, but there's one thing I regret. I wish I had taken a photograph. When I was a kid, around the age of 10 or 11, my best friend was a boy named Alex. Every summer, Alex would go to a camp for 2 weeks, and those days always felt like the most boring part of my summer. Alex and I usually spent almost every day together once school was out, so I begged my parents to let me join him at camp one year. Money was tight for my family, so it wasn't easy, but after some thought, they decided it would be a good experience for me. Eventually, they agreed. We left early one Sunday morning, and Alex's parents offered to take me along since they were already driving him there. I was thrilled to finally get to join Alex at camp. Over the years, he had shared countless stories about it, and now I was about to experience it for myself. Still, I was a bit nervous. I had never spent more than a couple of nights away from the city, and I wasn't sure how I'd adjust. When we arrived, the camp was surrounded by dense forest, with small wooden cabins scattered across a wide clearing. A larger building in the center served as the main hall and office for the camp director. It was a beautiful spot, with towering trees, trickling streams, and fresh, crisp air. The camp felt like it was in the middle of nowhere. A few counselors welcomed us when we got there. They were friendly and seemed only a few years older than us. Alex and I were about 11, and they looked like they might be 16 or 17. It felt a little risky having so many kids out in the wilderness, but it was clear this camp had been running for a long time. Maybe a little independence was part of the charm. Over the first few days, we settled into the camp routine. We played games, swam, and paddled canoes on a nearby lake. My initial nerves faded quickly, and I found myself enjoying the experience. In the second week, the campers went on an overnight hiking trip that would last 3 days. We carried everything we needed in our backpacks and would sleep under the stars, testing the outdoor skills we'd learned. Along the way, the counselors shared campfire stories, including one local legend that had been passed down for years. According to the tale, there had once been a small jail not far from the camp. Decades ago, one of the prisoners escaped. The counselors described him as a dangerous man. During a previous escape attempt, he had injured himself climbing over a barbed wire fence, losing a hand. He replaced it with a crude wooden one. After his successful escape, he supposedly lived in the forest, surviving on whatever he could find. The man was never captured, and although no one had seen him for years, some locals claimed to have spotted him not long ago. If he were alive, he'd be in his 80s, surviving in the wilderness with one wooden hand. I didn't believe the story. It seemed like a made-up tale to scare the campers. Alex, however, seemed more convinced, though we both agreed it was unlikely the man was still around. That night, we set up camp and went to bed. Most of the group fell asleep quickly, but Alex nudged me awake. "Hey, get up," he whispered. "I saw something back there. A cabin, I think." I groaned but followed him as we quietly left the campsite. "What's going on?" I asked. "There's something out there," Alex said. "I saw it through the trees." Using flashlights, we navigated through the thick forest, stepping over fallen branches and logs. The dark woods felt unnerving, and the story of the escaped prisoner kept playing in my mind. After what felt like ages, we reached a clearing. Our flashlight beams illuminated an old, crumbling shack. Alex and I exchanged curious glances. The building looked abandoned, with broken windows, a sagging door, and a roof full of holes. We didn't feel like we were intruding. No one seemed to have lived there for years. Inside, the place was in disarray. Dust covered everything, and the air smelled damp. What startled us were the walls, which were covered in bizarre symbols and eerie drawings. I couldn't understand their meaning, but they gave me an uneasy feeling. While I stayed to examine the carvings, Alex wandered into another room. Moments later, he called me over, his voice trembling. "You need to see this." I walked over to find him standing rigid, pointing to the floor. My stomach dropped. There, lying in the middle of the room, was a crude wooden hand. That was enough for both of us. We bolted from the shack, running all the way back to the campsite. Crawling into our sleeping bags, we lay awake until morning. We never told anyone about what we saw. Part of me wonders if the counselors had set up the shack as a prank to scare curious kids. But the more I think about it, the less sense that makes. It was too far out, too elaborate, and they weren't even around to witness our reaction. To this day, I believe Alex and I stumbled upon the hideout of a long-lost fugitive. The memory of that night still haunts me. We tackled a section of the Cascade Ridge Trail, dreaming of one day completing the entire route. Unfortunately, I couldn't take off enough time from my job for such a long expedition. Instead, we settled for a week-long hike. The first few days were uneventful, but by day 4, we had hit our stride. Our packs were lighter as we had eaten through some of our supplies, and our bodies were adapting to the daily mileage. While we had our own camping gear, we decided to stay at some of the trail's shared shelters. These are small, basic cabins available for hikers, not regularly maintained, and often home to whoever arrives first. That afternoon, as the sun began to set, we reached one of these shelters, which was perfect timing since we were exhausted. It saved us from setting up camp from scratch. 2 men were already there when we arrived, Greg and Adam. They had claimed a couple of bunks and were relaxing. It was clear from the start they were new to hiking. Their packs were massive, probably twice the size of ours. I couldn't imagine how uncomfortable their journey must have been. Adam, in particular, seemed out of his element, constantly swatting at bugs and complaining about the conditions. After some chatting, we found out it was their first outdoor adventure. Greg seemed more composed, but Adam was having a rough time, visibly annoyed by everything, including the mosquitoes. We shared a few tips with them, but there wasn't much else we could do. One piece of advice was about the mice common in these shelters. They usually scurry around at night, looking for food. Most hikers get used to it, but Adam looked horrified at the idea. He kept saying he couldn't sleep with mice running around. While we weren't fans of the mice either, we had learned to tolerate them. That evening, the 4 of us played cards and chatted. Adam and I found common ground in our similar jobs, which helped lighten the mood. Eventually, we all decided to turn in for the night. Just as I was drifting off, the inevitable happened. A mouse climbed onto Adam's sleeping bag. He panicked, jumping up and cursing loudly, waking everyone. Declaring he wasn't staying in the shelter, he stomped outside to set up his tent in the dark. We tried to talk him out of it, explaining that pitching a tent at night wasn't safe, but he wouldn't listen. Greg and I went out to help him. Luckily, they had a large lantern that made the task easier. After about 20 minutes, the tent was set up, and we returned to the shelter, leaving Adam to sleep outside. I fell asleep almost instantly, exhausted from the day's hike. A few hours later, we were jolted awake by Adam's screams. Grabbing our flashlights, Greg, Jason, and I rushed outside to find him huddled in his tent, trembling. He claimed someone had attacked him, slashing his tent and fleeing when he screamed. At first, we were skeptical. It didn't seem likely anyone else was out there, and why would they run from a scream? However, when we inspected the tent, there was indeed a long cut in the fabric. If Adam had faked it, he would have had to damage his own tent, which didn't make sense. We helped him back to the shelter, where he eventually calmed down enough to lie down. We planned to deal with the tent in the morning. Despite my unease, I managed to get some sleep. Morning brought an unsettling discovery. The tent was in far worse condition than we'd seen earlier, slashed in multiple places. Whoever or whatever had done it must have returned after we left. It was chilling to think someone had been out there watching us. Shaken, Adam and Greg decided to abandon their hike and return to town, which we completely understood. Jason and I continued on the trail but remained on edge for the rest of the trip. Every time we passed another hiker, we couldn't help but wonder if they were the culprit. We never saw the person again, but the incident haunted us for the remainder of the journey. A few years ago, I went on a hiking trip with my old friend Greg. We had known each other since we were kids, though we no longer lived in the same area. This all happened when we were in our late 30s. Both of us had full-time jobs. Greg had a wife and kids, while I was still single. We attended the same college and remained close, but after graduation, I moved to a city a few hours away, while he stayed in our hometown. We kept in touch and met up occasionally, but it wasn't like the old days. One summer, we decided to try something different. Greg suggested we explore some hiking trails in the region. We lived near the Ridgewood Trail, which seemed like the perfect choice. Despite living nearby for most of my life, I had never been there. Neither of us were experienced outdoorsmen, and we weren't well equipped. Greg wasn't in great shape, He had the typical dad bod, while I was only slightly more active. We weren't planning anything extreme, just a relaxed outing to enjoy nature and catch up. I did some basic research and got the essentials: a tent, sleeping bags, and enough food for a few days. We figured we could buy more supplies if necessary. With no strict plan, we started our trip. The first day went well. The weather was great, and the trail wasn't too challenging. We joked about how we were doing better than expected, even though we had to stop often for water and breaks. Greg managed better than I thought he would, considering his lack of fitness. We both had desk jobs, so exercise wasn't part of our routine. By the second day, things got harder. Greg was struggling more, and we weren't covering as much ground as we had hoped. Still, we weren't in a rush and appreciated being away from our usual routines. As we ventured further, the area grew quieter and more secluded. We saw a few hikers here and there, but mostly had the trail to ourselves. It was peaceful, exactly what we had hoped for. On the third day, we came across 3 other men who seemed more experienced. They had better gear and moved quickly, passing us with ease. About an hour later, we caught up to them during their lunch break. We struck up a conversation, sharing where we were from and how long we planned to stay on the trail. One of them mentioned a hidden route not on the official map. They claimed it led to a scenic spot perfect for camping. Greg and I exchanged uncertain glances, but were intrigued by the idea. The men offered to guide us, and with plenty of daylight left, we decided to follow. The hidden path was rough but visible at first. As we went further, it became less defined, and eventually it disappeared altogether. Greg wanted to turn back, but the men insisted we were close to the spot. Not wanting to appear weak, we pushed on. Finally, we reached a small clearing surrounded by trees, and that's when things took a dark turn. One of the men stepped toward me and pulled out a knife. At first, I thought it was a joke and laughed nervously, but then he slashed my arm, leaving a cut near my wrist. The sight of blood made the situation painfully clear. They weren't joking. Fear overtook me as I realized we were stranded in the middle of nowhere with no help in sight. The men demanded everything we had: our backpacks, food, sleeping bags, and even our shoes. Not wanting to risk further injury, Greg and I complied. Once they had what they wanted, they vanished into the woods, leaving us with nothing. We had no idea how to find the main trail. Without supplies or proper clothing, we were in serious trouble. The temperature dropped as night fell, and we huddled together, trying to stay warm. It was so cold that we doubted we'd survive until morning. Neither of us slept. By sunrise, we were exhausted and still lost. Desperate, we continued walking. After hours of wandering, we finally stumbled upon another group of hikers. They were shocked to see our condition and immediately helped us. They gave us food and guided us back to the main trail. We made it out alive, but the men who robbed us were never found. We reported the incident, but they likely disappeared long before we were rescued. It was an unforgettable experience, though not one I'd ever want to repeat or recommend. In the summer of 2005, a group of us, including myself, decided to go on a camping trip. We were all city kids from San Diego, but I had always wanted to explore the Sierra Nevada trails. After some convincing, my friends agreed to come along. There were 4 of us altogether: my friend Luke, his twin sister Lisa, and our buddy Eric. We planned to stay out for about 10 days, arranging for a ride once we reached the furthest point. Since it was our college break, we had plenty of time to spare without classes or work. If things got too hard, we figured we could cut the trip short. A few days into the journey, fatigue began to set in. The constant hiking, carrying heavy packs, and being in the wilderness took a toll on us. I wasn't sleeping well, but didn't want to give up. Our days were long, and by the time we set up camp each night, we were all completely worn out. My muscles ached, and despite my exhaustion, I couldn't get proper rest. Every little sound in the woods startled me, and my sleeping bag wasn't warm enough. I spent nights tossing and turning, wishing I could be anywhere else. But knowing we were close to completing that section of the trail kept me going. Eric seemed to feel the same, but no one admitted they were struggling. We all tried to act tough despite being drained. Despite the challenges, being out there had its moments. Experiencing nature in such an intimate way made the discomfort feel worthwhile. One afternoon, after hours of hiking, we stopped for a break around midday. The sun blazed overhead, and we were glad to sit and sip water. Luke, however, had more energy than the rest of us. While we rested, he wandered off to explore, a habit of his throughout the trip. When Luke came back, he looked excited and told us he'd found something interesting. He didn't give many details, but urged us to follow him. After some rest, we got up and let him lead us up a small hill off the main path. It wasn't a tough climb, but our exhaustion made it feel steeper. At the top, Luke pointed out something in the distance. I squinted to see, but couldn't make it out at first. Then he gestured again, and I saw it. A pinkish-red object hanging from a tree. At first, we thought it might be a jacket or sweater. Seeing something like that so deep in the wilderness was strange. We thought it might belong to someone in trouble, so we decided to check it out. The item was about 200 yards away, and the terrain was rough with no clear path. We scrambled over rocks and pushed through dense bushes. When we finally got there, we saw it was an old red jacket, its fabric worn and faded to a pinkish hue from exposure. It was torn in places and looked like it had been there for ages. We stood there uncertain about what to make of it. Luke stepped closer, but there wasn't much else to see. As we looked around the area, things got stranger. Not far from the jacket, we spotted a dirty water bottle, an old hiker's kind, crusted with dirt. A bit further, we found a pair of hiking boots. One on its side, partly buried under leaves, and the other upright. It looked as if someone had removed them and left them there, but it didn't make sense. Then we saw something that stopped us cold. Near the boots, hidden partially under leaves, was what looked like a bone. I tried convincing myself it was from an animal, but the circumstances suggested otherwise. None of us were experts, so we didn't touch anything. We hurried back to the main trail and hiked out, reporting everything to the authorities. Later, we learned the remains belonged to a missing hiker who had disappeared over a year ago. Despite search efforts, the vast wilderness made finding people extremely difficult. After that experience, we decided to end our trip early. None of us felt like continuing. Although that encounter was unsettling, Luke and I returned the following summer and completed the full 10 days. Finding the remnants of another hiker's last moments was haunting, but it didn't deter us from seeking new adventures. It remains one of the most intense and unforgettable experiences of my life with close friends. This occurred nearly 14 years ago. I had been looking forward to this camping trip for quite a while. My friends Emily, Josh, Daniel, and I decided to leave behind the bustle of the city and spend a few days surrounded by nature. We packed our supplies, loaded the car, and headed off on our adventure. Our destination was a state park in northern Michigan, where we expected to find dense forests, and we were not disappointed. We parked near a ranger station and started hiking into the woods. The trail wasn't very long, but it was rugged with thick trees crowding the path. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but the dense canopy blocked much of the sunlight, making the trail feel dim and foreboding. Hiking here after sunset would have been unthinkable, even with bright flashlights. After a couple of hours, we found an ideal spot beside a small pond. We set up camp, built a fire, cooked dinner, and spent the evening sharing stories by the firelight. The sky was crystal clear, and the stars were breathtaking. It was the perfect beginning to our trip. The next day, we explored nearby trails and stumbled upon another pond. We spent the afternoon swimming in its refreshing waters before heading back to our campsite. That night, we prepared another meal and once again admired the stars. But something strange happened later that evening. While we were sitting by the fire, we noticed a faint glow far across the pond. It was difficult to discern what it was, but it looked like another fire on the opposite shore. Since we hadn't encountered anyone else in the area, it was odd to see what appeared to be another group of campers nearby. Curiosity got the best of us, so we grabbed our flashlights and made our way toward the edge of the pond. When we got closer, we confirmed the light was indeed from a fire on the far side. Relieved, we assumed it was just another group and decided to head back. But just as we were about to return to camp, something caught our attention. A shape floating in the water. As it drifted closer, we froze in shock. It was a body, a woman. Her lifeless eyes stared blankly at the sky, and there was no doubt she was no longer alive. Daniel began to panic and suggested pulling her from the water. "Are you out of your mind?" Emily exclaimed. "We can't touch anything. That could ruin evidence. Haven't you ever watched crime shows?" Daniel backed off, trembling, and we all agreed with Emily. But now we faced a dilemma. What could we do? We were deep in the wilderness with no cell service. Hiking back in the dark was out of the question. Worse still, the thought dawned on us. What if this was a murder? And if it was, the person responsible might still be nearby. Terrified, I quickly extinguished our campfire and buried the glowing embers in dirt. When I glanced back toward the other shore, the distant firelight had vanished. Whoever was over there had put out their fire too. We stayed awake all night, our nerves on edge. Every sound in the forest made us jump, and every flicker of shadow set our hearts racing. We took turns keeping watch, but nothing else happened. When morning came, the body was still there. In the harsh light of day, the scene felt even more real, more horrifying. The surreal quality of the night was gone, replaced by the grim reality of what we had witnessed. We wasted no time breaking camp and hiking back to the ranger station. Once there, we reported everything. Authorities were called, and they began their investigation. Divers recovered the body of a 23-year-old woman who had been missing for several days. The police questioned us, hoping to piece together the mystery, but there was little evidence to go on. We mentioned the campfire we had seen across the pond, but park records showed no other visitors in the area. Despite our insistence, no other group was ever located. Weeks passed and the investigation went cold. The killer was never found, and the case remains unsolved. That experience changed all of us. Our once close group of friends gradually drifted apart, each of us haunted by what we had seen. Even now, I can still picture her lifeless eyes staring up at the sky. Sometimes I wonder who could have committed such a horrible act. We were just a group of friends seeking a peaceful getaway, but ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. That night still lingers in my thoughts, and occasionally, I can't help but wonder if the person responsible is still out there, waiting for their next victim. This happened almost 14 years ago. I had been eagerly looking forward to this camping trip for what felt like ages. My friends Anna, Tom, Lucas, and I decided to escape the chaos of urban life and spend a few days surrounded by the serenity of nature. We packed our gear, loaded it into the car, and set off. Our destination was a nature reserve in southeastern Michigan, a place known for its dense forests. After arriving at a parking lot near a ranger station, we began hiking into the wilderness. The trail wasn't long, but it was rugged with thick trees crowding the path. It was around 3:30 in the afternoon, but the dense canopy above let through only specks of sunlight, making the trail appear dim and eerie. Walking here after dark would be impossible, even with strong flashlights. By late afternoon, We found a spot near a small pond that seemed perfect for our campsite. We lit a fire, prepared dinner, and spent the evening sharing stories around the flames. The sky was so clear that night, and the stars were dazzling. A magical start to our adventure. The following day, we decided to explore some nearby trails. We stumbled upon another, larger lake and spent the afternoon swimming in its cool, crystal clear waters. When we got back to our camp, we cooked another simple meal and again admired the stars as we relaxed by the fire. But that night, something strange occurred. While we were sitting around the fire, we noticed a faint light far across the lake. It was hard to determine what it was at first, but it looked like another campfire. We hadn't seen anyone else in the area, so it was odd to see signs of another group so close. Intrigued, we decided to investigate. Armed with flashlights, we made our way to the edge of the lake. Sure enough, the light came from a fire on the opposite shore. Relieved, we assumed it was just another group of campers. But as we turned to head back, something horrifying stopped us cold. Floating in the water near the shore was a body. It drifted closer as we stood frozen in shock. It was a woman, and it was clear she was no longer alive. Her wide-open eyes stared blankly at the night sky. We were paralyzed, unable to process what we were seeing. Lucas broke the silence, his voice trembling. "We have to get her out of the water." "Are you insane?" Anna snapped. "Don't touch her. You'll ruin any evidence. Haven't you ever watched a crime show?" Lucas hesitated, then stepped back, visibly shaken. We all agreed that Anna was right. But if we didn't move her, what were we supposed to do? We were in the middle of nowhere with no cell service. Hiking back to the ranger station in the dark wasn't an option. Worse, the chilling thought crossed our minds. What if this was a murder? That would mean the person responsible could still be nearby. That realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. I quickly doused our fire and buried the remaining embers under dirt, hoping to avoid drawing attention. Glancing across the lake, I saw that the light on the other side had disappeared. Whoever had been there had extinguished their fire too. We stayed up the entire night, unable to sleep. Every rustle in the bushes, every snap of a twig sent our hearts racing. We took turns keeping watch, but nothing else happened. When morning finally came, the grim sight of the woman's body in the daylight made it all feel far more real and horrifying. We wasted no time packing our things and hiking back to the ranger station. Once there, we reported what we'd seen. Law enforcement arrived and began their investigation. Divers retrieved the body of a 23-year-old woman who had been reported missing earlier that week. The authorities questioned us extensively, trying to piece together what had happened. We told them about the campfire we'd seen across the lake, but park records indicated no one else had been in the area. Despite our insistence, no trace of the other group was ever found. Weeks passed, and the investigation eventually went cold. The murderer was never identified, and the case remains unsolved. The experience changed us all. Over time, our close-knit group drifted apart, each of us haunted by that night in our own way. To this day, I can still picture her lifeless eyes staring into the darkness. I often wonder who could have committed such a terrible crime. We were just friends looking for an escape, but we ended up stumbling into something far beyond what we could handle. That night still lingers in my mind, and sometimes I can't help but wonder, what if the person responsible is still out there, waiting for their next victim? It was a sunny morning when I set off on my walk along the trail. The sound of the nearby river was soothing, and I could feel the small rocks beneath my shoes as I walked. The path was familiar to me, nestled between the river and a seldom used road. There were a few spots where you could cross the river and reach the road. I was out with a few colleagues from work, happy to get away from the office for a while. But as we walked, I found myself lagging behind, mesmerized by the peacefulness of the place. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I noticed something unusual. A truck parked right next to the path. A man was leaning against it, scanning the area before his gaze fixed on me. He greeted me with a friendly smile and asked how my day was going, curious about who I was with. His eyes kept darting around, which made me feel uneasy. He pointed out that he couldn't see anyone else nearby, making me feel all the more isolated. His words lingered in my mind, filling me with a sense of coldness and loneliness. He went on to mention a local hiking group and said he wanted to give me a business card from his truck. He asked if I could help him search for it. I was frightened and politely refused. My heart was racing when, just then, I heard the sound of my friend's dog's collar jingling. I felt a surge of relief as the dog came bounding up the trail, wagging its tail. I quickly called out, "Looks like my friends are coming, goodbye," and turned to hurry away, feeling much safer with the dog by my side. As I looked back, I couldn't help but wonder what the man's intentions were. Was he just trying to be playful, or did he not realize how unsettling his words were? Either way, it was a reminder to stay cautious and aware, even in places that seem peaceful and safe. When I met up with my friends again, I told them what had happened. They seemed just as shaken as I was. We decided to cut our walk short and head back to our cars. It was the most frightening experience I'd ever had while hiking. It was a moonless night, and I was walking down a tight trail surrounded by towering rocky cliffs. The air was still, not a single breeze to stir the leaves or branches. The quiet was so thick it felt alive, wrapping me in its cold grasp. Suddenly, a terrifying sound shattered the stillness. It was a cry, muffled but filled with urgency, like someone calling for help at the top of their lungs. Mixed with it was the sharp, high-pitched wail of an infant, raw and unsettling. My heart began to race as the eerie cry echoed off the rock faces around me. Then I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps. They were so close, too close for comfort. A chill ran down my spine, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. A deep sense of warning stirred within me. I froze, holding my breath. I knew this place like the back of my hand, but this was something unfamiliar and terrifying. Summoning all the courage I had, I inched closer to where the sound was coming from. But the closer I got, the more my instincts screamed at me to turn back. Out of nowhere, the cry grew louder, more frantic. A shiver ran through me, and I could feel the fear creeping in. Without thinking, I spun around and ran toward my car, parked not far off. My heart pounded in my chest as I fumbled with my keys, finally managing to unlock the door and slip inside. I let out a breath of relief and started the car, quickly driving away, leaving the unsettling sounds behind me. Once I got home, I couldn't shake the strange experience. My curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to search for "Cry for Help Scream at Night" online. The results revealed that it was the mating call of a red fox, and the mating season for red foxes had recently begun in Montana. The realization hit me hard. All those terrifying noises and the footsteps, it had all been part of nature at work. It was just a big misunderstanding. But that night, that walk, would stay with me forever. It was a haunting reminder of how the unknown can be the scariest thing of all. And even though I now understood what caused those sounds, the memory of that eerie night still sends a shiver down my spine. My friends and I loved taking late-night walks around our small town. We were so familiar with the paths that we could navigate them without thinking. Most nights, we'd head to a scenic viewpoint to relax, sometimes sharing a cigarette beneath the starry sky. On nights when the moon shone brightly, we could walk the trails without needing flashlights. One night, 5 of us set off on a moonlit adventure. We came to a flat, wooded area of the trail that stretched for about a quarter of a mile. It was here that one of my friends had to use his phone light for a while. As the beam cut through the darkness, I noticed several pairs of glowing eyes staring back at us from about 20 feet away, just out of the light's reach. I pointed them out, and a wave of fear hit us all. We quickly turned on our flashlights, and when we did, we saw ourselves surrounded by the eerie shine of eyes in the dark. There were likely a dozen pairs, all silently watching us. One of my friends, trying to act brave, picked up a stick and made loud noises. Whatever creatures those eyes belonged to, they scattered into the darkness without a sound. But we knew we weren't alone. We each grabbed bigger sticks and kept our flashlights scanning the area as we walked, constantly looking around. They were probably coyotes, behaving as they often do, but the image of those eyes glowing in the dark would stay with me forever. As we neared the end of the trail, the rush of adrenaline began to fade, replaced by a lingering sense of unease. Marshall Wilderness was a vast and untamed area that seemed endless. The day was long and exhausting, with my boots crunching on the trail and birds singing in the distance. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, I decided to set up camp. I found a small clearing between tall pine trees, pitched my tent, and prepared a simple meal over a tiny campfire, the aroma of food blending with the fresh scent of the forest. After taking some melatonin and a vitamin, I crawled into my sleeping bag, ready for a peaceful night's rest. In the middle of the night, I was stirred by sounds outside my tent, leaves rustling, twigs snapping, and a low growl that echoed in the stillness. But I was too exhausted to investigate, assuming it was just the usual night noises of the wilderness. When morning arrived, soft sunlight filtered through the tent fabric. I stretched, feeling the stiffness from sleeping on the hard ground. That's when I noticed them, large, round indentations in the dirt, circling my tent about 5 meters away. A chill ran down my spine as I realized what they were: bear tracks. The rest of the day, I stayed on high alert. Every rustling leaf and every snapping twig made my heart race. As night fell, I made sure to hang my food high up in a tree, far from any curious bears. I hardly slept, every noise in the silent wilderness seeming amplified. The next morning, I packed up my camp and headed out. Back when I was in university, A few years ago, my family and I decided to take a hike to Fish Lake in Glacier National Park. We woke up as early as we could with a teenager and a young child in tow. The hike was challenging, especially for our youngest, as it was an uphill trek, gaining over 1,300 feet in elevation and stretching about 6 miles. The trail was peaceful, with only a few hikers passing by in the opposite direction. We were glad to have the trail mostly to ourselves, but everything shifted when we entered a dense, shadowy forest. A strange sensation crept over us, and we couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. We started glancing behind us and soon found ourselves walking faster. What had started as a quiet hike quickly became a noisy scramble as we talked and yelled, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. We had hoped Fish Lake would be a nice spot to rest and have a picnic, just like we did the day before at another lake. However, when we reached Fish Lake, it wasn't what we expected. The grass and shrubs were taller than my husband, blocking the view of the lake. There was no place to sit, and we felt uncomfortable. The strange sensation from the forest didn't fade. It intensified. We hurriedly ate our sandwiches, the quickest meal I can remember. As the discomfort became too much to ignore, we decided it was best to leave and head back to the part of the trail we knew well. We nearly ran, eager to get past the bridge that marked the edge of the dark forest. Once we crossed the bridge, the uneasy feeling lifted. We were back on familiar ground, and the rest of the walk was calm. Looking back, my husband and I are certain that something was watching us. Perhaps a mountain lion or a bear, but it felt like we were being followed. With our young child with us, we were so relieved to make it out of there. My friend and I were excited to camp and hunt turkeys in the Pine Ridge Forest near the Appalachian Mountains. We were familiar with the area from our past winter trips. We chose a flat spot for our tent, avoiding rocks, and set up near a shelter. Both of us were looking forward to the turkey hunt. My friend was organizing his gear in the tent, while I wandered over to the edge of the clearing. That's when I noticed something, a quick shadow darting through the thick underbrush. I didn't think much of it, assuming it was just another hiker searching for a spot to camp. As the evening rolled in, we walked around the woods, hoping to find turkeys. By the time we returned to our campsite, it was getting dark, but not dark enough to need a headlamp. We decided to build a small fire to relax and have a meal. While I was gathering wood, I saw movement again. I shouted, "Hey!" to let whoever was there know we were around, and heard footsteps running off. It was a little unsettling, but we brushed it off. A deer could have easily caused the noise, though I could have sworn I saw someone wearing a red t-shirt. We spent another night at camp, and nothing unusual happened. The next day, I never quite figured out who or what I had seen that first evening. It remained a mystery during my backpacking trip in the Lost Ridge Wilderness. As the weather grew colder and the leaves turned, I decided to take one last solo camping trip before the first snow of winter would make my gear impractical. I selected a secluded valley nestled between towering mountains and dense forests. It was late in the season, so I didn't expect to encounter other campers. My plan was to set up camp and then venture off the main trail, making my way to a pair of lakes on my map, roughly 3 kilometers from my site. However, I lost track of time and ended up straying further than expected. By the time I arrived at the campsite, the sun was beginning to set. The valley was known to have grizzly bears, so I hurriedly pitched my tent and headed into the woods. There was a trail for a while, but soon I found myself cutting through thick brush with no clear path. To alert any bears nearby, I kept calling out, "Hey ho!" as I walked. After covering about a kilometer, I heard a response. "Hey ho!" a woman's voice called back. It was so clear and loud, I thought someone had appeared right behind me. I spun around, expecting to see someone emerge from the bushes, but no one was there. I waited, heart racing, but still no one appeared. A little unnerved, I pressed on and finally reached the lakes. I gazed down at the forest below, but saw no signs of anyone. The feeling of being watched lingered, and with the growing darkness, I decided it was time to leave. I hurried back to my campsite, arriving just as night fully fell. Fortunately, a few other campers had arrived. They told me they hadn't seen anyone on their way in, and given the route, they would have if there had been someone else. The night passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the thought of that mysterious voice in the woods. Whoever it was, if they had left that evening, they did so in complete darkness, which was unsettling. There were only 2 ways into that part of the valley, through the campsite or over some challenging mountain passes. To this day, I have no idea who that person could have been. In the dense forests of West Virginia, it was our first time venturing alone into such an isolated area. The trail wasn't frequently traveled, with wild plants and fallen leaves overtaking it. As we ascended, we noticed fresh blood on the stones lining the path. A cold chill ran down our spines. We paused, staring at the blood, the silence of the woods amplifying our unease. Nearby, we found some fur, which gave us a bit of comfort, thinking it might have been from an injured animal. Taking a deep breath, we decided to press on, trying to ignore the unsettling feeling creeping in. Just as we began to move again, a young man, about 19 or 20, appeared out of nowhere. He was sprinting up the hill at a fast pace, his face blank, not sparing us a glance as he sped past. We were left feeling confused and uneasy. The rest of our walk was unnervingly quiet, and we didn't encounter anyone else. Upon reaching the summit, we were greeted with a hidden view of a tall waterfall, but what really caught our attention was a new hat resting on a rock beside the waterfall. It was the first sign of human presence we'd noticed since the young man. Not far from it, a clean, dry sleeping bag hung from a tree branch. The scene felt off and the eerie vibe grew stronger. The waterfall, though beautiful, was overshadowed by the strange situation we found ourselves in. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, we decided it was time to leave. Our hearts raced as we hurried down the other side of the path, the sound of our rapid footsteps echoing through the quiet woods. When we finally saw our car, relief washed over us. We quickly climbed in, and the engine's hum broke the silence as we drove away. But we couldn't shake the urge to glance back at the path, disappearing into the forest. Even now, I can't help but wonder what was truly happening in those woods and what the young man was running from. Not long ago, my girlfriend and I went hiking in a local nature reserve. It was a perfect day. The air smelled fresh, like wood and earth. We enjoy hiking and are familiar with the trails, but we always stay alert because anything can happen in the wild. We chose a trail near the edge of the park for convenience. As we walked, the sound of cars faded, and soon all we could hear were the rustling leaves and birds singing. That's when I spotted something odd. A pair of sunglasses just lying on the ground. Seemed strange, but we didn't think much of it and kept going. The trail led us deeper into the woods, and the trees grew denser, casting interesting patterns of light and shadow on the ground. Suddenly, I noticed two men, likely in their 30s, tall and in good shape, rounding a bend. A cold feeling swept over me, like some kind of warning. They approached us, grinning, and one of them was holding the sunglasses I had seen earlier. He asked if they were ours. I replied quickly, no, and they didn't move, standing way too close for comfort. It felt like when someone sits next to you in an empty theater, it was unsettling. I had a strong sense of unease in my stomach, and without saying another word, I told my girlfriend we should leave. We turned around and started walking briskly, not daring to look back, but then we heard footsteps behind us. They were following us. My heart started pounding, and the fear grew with every step they took. Then, just as quickly as they appeared, they passed us by and continued down the path as if nothing was wrong. I felt a wave of relief, but I was still uneasy, unsure of what just happened. We made it to our car, and I drove away as fast as I could. The park didn't feel like a safe, peaceful place anymore after that. A while later, I heard about a violent incident that occurred in the same park. I'm not sure if those were the same men, but I'll never forget the gut feeling I had when they approached. In the end, my girlfriend and I were fine, and that's all that matters. We still hike, but now we're extra cautious, always trusting our instincts. Sometimes the scariest threats are the ones you can't see. Last year, I decided to go on a hike not far from where I live. The trail was known for its incredible views, and it was often crowded with people. However, I arrived late that evening, just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows on the trees. I thought I had enough time for a quick stroll before it got dark. The path was unusually empty, which struck me as odd for such a popular spot. It was getting late, so maybe that was why everyone had left. Being by myself out there felt strange, but in a good way. I could hear birds singing off in the distance, their songs echoing through the trees. It was peaceful, the kind of quiet that lets you hear your own thoughts. But as I walked, the bird sounds began to fade, and soon, everything fell silent. It was so still that it felt almost heavy, but I tried to reassure myself it was just the quiet of the woods at dusk. Then, I heard something rustling in the bushes on my right. I froze, my heart pounding. All the scary stories about the woods I had heard over the years suddenly came rushing to my mind. I stood there motionless, but nothing came out of the bushes, and the noise stopped just as suddenly as it had begun. Just a rabbit? I whispered to myself, trying to calm down, and continued walking. I hadn't gone far when the quiet was broken again, this time by a noise on my left. It was closer this time, and it felt almost like it was done on purpose. I didn't stick around to figure it out. My body surged with energy, and I turned around, walking briskly without actually running. I didn't want to panic or end up being followed. I kept moving quickly towards my car, the woods now eerily silent. There were no birds or small animals rustling about, just the sound of my footsteps and my heart pounding in my chest. I reached my car just as it was getting truly dark. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly off about that place. I kept telling myself it was all in my head, that there had to be a simple explanation for the quiet and the strange sounds, but honestly, I felt so much relief once I was out of there. To this day, I don't know what caused those noises in the bushes, and in some ways, I'm okay with that.